There it is. Our beautiful opening. Thanks to Newt. Aha. Hey, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. How's everyone doing?
I know how I'm doing.
Tired?
Yeah. And
yeah.
some strange emotion that, there's probably a German word for it, but Schadenfreude doesn't feel powerful enough to describe the anarchy on Twitter lately.
Oh my god.
I feel like one of the guys with the sicko shirt, like, looking in and going, yes! Yes!
Rapturous glee, maybe?
I know, it's like the dumpster fire has now garnered a circle of people, and they are dancing around the fire.
Yeah.
Making odd satanic chants.
Not that I want things
taller.
to collapse in on themselves on behalf of, freelancers who do creative things and make their living by being, networking on Twitter, and all of the employees have my sympathies, but some of the other people involved, they can.
And like, all that said, I mean, if anybody feels like bullying a billionaire today, apparently he actually reads those texts. And he's been playing customer support for his own financial folly.
I mean,
I guess that's what happens when you fire everybody. The entire communications department.
Yeah, I love watching Twitter break down in real time. The entire site has gone feral. Just feral. It's amazing. I mean, nobody gives a crap anymore. There's no etiquette.
He really was asking for people to test how much of a free speech.
Free speech, guys. It's like, really? Okay, let's go. Like, he just thought that it was gonna be a bunch of like fashy types that were just gonna pop off. It's like, oh no. I mean, I don't think you understand. The internet has been on its best behavior. That's what its best behavior looked like. You aren't familiar with just how weird we get. Make the site worse. It is, by the way, if you do treasure your Twitter account, please conduct a backup. Back it up, because with the way that things are going, we literally don't know when the site's gonna just stop working. That's how bad it is. Yeah.
That worst timeline meme with the fire and the pizzas and everything has just like never been more relevant from community. Like,
It's amazing. Meanwhile, I've rediscovered the Fae Circle that is Tumblr. I've been spending a little bit more time there. And I've just been really enjoying it starting to pop off, because like everybody who's left on Tumblr is like, they're just tired adults now who just want to talk about whatever.
Tumblr's all chill vibes at this point, and it's also just kind of laughing at Twitter.
It's still just as Tumblr as ever before, but now people are in their 30s. That's the difference. Yeah. So it's kind of amazing. And yeah, I've been enjoying watching just the hellfire creep closer to the surface of the planet. Meanwhile, I have my own website. I finally caved in and made my own, or rather, I asked Jay, the lovely person who built Tracy's site, hey Jay, I don't know how to make a website. Can you help me? Because the last time I made a website is, well, if anybody's seen my comic website, it's not very well put together. I've done my best, but yeah. Jay made something a little more user-friendly for me. So.
Yeah. It's an art form, and it's and a technical challenge all its own. But I mean, there are actually, options that are much more available.
Yeah, I just had a particular idea that like some of the simpler website builders just wasn't gonna quite do for me. I didn't
WordPress and Comic Press are still quite around, and there's things like Squarespace and Wix and everything. And I would recommend, given how unpredictable, like you never know when some billionaire is going to have a life crisis.
This is not the last time that your social
media platform
like
it's not the first one that's going to self-destruct, or the last one. And so it is good to, if you're an artist online, to have just your own space if you can, even if it's just to have like a link tree or something like that, so so people can contact you.
We should all go back to MySpace. That's what we should do.
Oh my god.
MySpace and LiveJournal. And, I'd say DeviantArt, but they kind of pulled a little.
DeviantArt is still DeviantArt despite everything.
Yeah. DeviantArt's still over there DeviantArting.
There's a reason why everybody kind of left DeviantArt. It's like, I love them dearly, but also, oh my god, please think through your ideas before implementing them. Just
I mean,
all the
I
way
want
through.
it to be good, but yeah. Just like it was just a week for like really fumble bum feature rollouts, I guess.
If you want to call what happened to Twitter a feature rollout, I mean, I guess it's a feature to cost a pharmaceutical company billions and billions of dollars.
A feature, not a bug when you, yeah. Depends on your point of view, I suppose. Mm-hmm. If you are a stockholder in that company, maybe it wasn't so much a feature as a disaster. But
Sophia says, "Happy birthday, Fable."
Oh yeah, it was my birthday. Happy birthday to me. Twitter's on fire. I'm like, yay! I love it. Woo!
We brought you anarchy for your birthday.
I love it. It's my favorite thing. Who knew? Speaking of birthday gifts, I got 2 really cool gifts for my birthday. I got again, Jay. I had asked him, I was like, hey, do you think that there is a way for us to set up like something like a trail cam, but I put it in my aviary and pointed out my parrots or my chickens or both. And then I just live streamed that 24/7. Is that possible? And he was like, actually. And so we did a lot of digging, and he found out how to do it by hacking a particular kind of like webcam / security cam. It's like the equivalent of Nest, basically. And he's sending the hacked cameras to my house, and I'm gonna set them up. And the first order is gonna be, I'm gonna try to set it up in the parrot cage first, because they have more things in there, and then I have to build up the chicken side a little bit more, because unfortunately the chicken coop that I currently have, I don't really want to point a camera at it. It is crumbling and falling apart. This new space that I have for them should be a lot better, and I'm going to be improving it. So yeah, if you want to experience my chickens and my parrots any time of day, including nighttime, I guess, you can you'll be able to go to my website eventually, not right now, but eventually, called
it's like OnlyFans for chickens.
Yeah, OnlyFans for chickens. It's fablepaint.com. You can follow my go to my website. There will be an eventual chicken cam, and also horror comics and musings about the internet's present hell state, and whatever else I feel like. Yeah, so that's how that's gonna be. And my Tumblr has been revived as well. So if anybody's ever been interested in other crap that I posted besides Twitter, Tumblr is way better to scrub through. It has an actual archive and tagging system. So you can just like go Fable Paint, tagged art, and skip all the bullshit. It's great.
You got a super chat from Ryan.
Oh, hey, thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Ryan says, have you ever heard of this Indiegogo campaign for Boxtown? It's an adult animated web series about a mediocre detective and a true crime obsessed little boy who team up to solve mysteries. I have heard about that. It's very cool. Don't know much about it aside from like basically what you just said there, but I'll be on the lookout for that. Lots of indie animation projects out there at this point. I know Tonico just released his
Oh yeah, I really want to watch that. He released it and I was like, oh, I can't watch that immediately. I'm gonna have to stop everything and stare at it.
Yeah, it's very beautiful.
Yeah. Oh my
Let me get a link to it.
Thank you. Yes,
and also we'll link your Tumblr, I guess, since that's been revived. In case anybody wants to follow you there.
Yeah, if you want sarcastic answers to Lackadaisy questions, go ahead, shoot me and ask.
Yeah, Fable enjoys answering character questions, so have fun with that.
I won't guarantee that you're going to get the answer you want, though. In fact, it's pretty much a rule. It's like I am the question box of lies, and Tracy is the question box of truth. So, you know, pick your poison.
I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of my sometimes I go to great lengths to draw an extremely sarcastic comic.
It's true. So I mean, you have to outdo me now. Who is most sarcastic?
There are several happy birthday fables going by, and people
Thank you
asking your
so
age.
much. I am 35. I'm just that much closer to death. I actually got a call from my grandma, and she's like, "How old are you now?" And I was like, "I'm 35." And she's like, "Oh God, that's old. You better get started on those grandkids." And I'm like, "Grandma, Grandma is like, tell Clint I don't want. I can't make him do anything, but."
Its terminal says, Fable answered a Zib ask I dropped, and I feel so honored. Aw.
Yeah, what was my answer to that one?
Is that the drugs one?
Yeah, go ahead and read,
I mean, it was about
yeah.
Zib, so it's probably the drugs one.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Y'all are like that riddle where it's like, okay, which one of us tells the truth? Which one of us tells the lie? You have to figure it out to get through the door.
But yeah, I've always liked Tumblr's Ask feature because like you can accompany art with it.
Yeah, I like being able to answer questions with like stupid drawings.
But, it's great fodder material if you are an artist with OCs. Tumblr's just way more set up for that kind of thing. Twitter.
I will go ahead and pat myself on the back for never leaving Tumblr. I always believed in Tumblr.
Good for you.
I really
just have a limited. I have a limited amount of
You-
patience.
I really just liked it because it was so much better for posting art than anything else. Like
Even after it
every
deleted, even if it deleted half your art because it was lewd.
Well, it flagged a lot of my sepia toned comics. I guess it thought like it saw sepia colors. It was like, ooh, that's got to be boobs. So
yeah, I thought my parrots were porn too. It's like, well, I mean, maybe if you're a sicko, but
so I mean that only lasted a brief time when the Tumblr algorithm had lost its mind and was just like flagging everything as you know female presenting nipples or whatever. And then it stopped doing that. You'd have to like go and resolve the tag and be like, this actually is not boobs. Sorry to disappoint you, but it's just cats. It's just cats with guns.
It's been an unfortunate thing, basically. Like the reason why they started like the internet got so heavily pro censorship is partially because of Fosta Sesta, which made
the government basically.
It made it like illegal to be involved in any form of quote unquote. Paying for certain things,
right.
And it was overly broad. It
made the platforms very liable, and they couldn't risk it basically, and they didn't have enough like moderation manpower in order to like actually address it by with real human beings. Like like people post so much stuff. It's kind of understandable. Yeah, they had to come up with some kind of algorithm to try to tackle it, and that was going to be a disaster, especially rolling it out initially. And then there's been other ongoing issues with like the Apple Store, like laying out rules that they all have to abide by that are very difficult, and it's difficult to appease Apple. And Apple is like, if you think Twitter and Google and everything are bad, like it's like Apple I think is like the biggest of them all at this point, the biggest conglomeration.
Yeah, it's because it's how most people access social media is through phones. So the strict rules of Apple's App Store creates situations where if apps want to like lose say a third or half of their audience, then they go, okay, then I won't. And then most people just like download stuff off of the App Store instead of just going to a browser. Because, if you want to access stuff off of your phone, you don't have to download an app. Generally, stuff has a website. Like, I don't use Twitter's app. Why the hell would I just go into the website with my browser. Get, just avoid some degree of bullshit, basically.
Yeah, but I mean, of among other funny things is that Apple currently has its like foot on Facebook's neck.
I know.
About like ad revenue collecting. Like they're like, well, where's our 30% of every single ad buy on your site?
They're shaking
and Facebook is like, no, and which is kind of funny. But it's also like, because fuck Facebook, but it's also scary because like that there is a corporation that has this kind of like overarching power over everything. It's
this
a little bit.
This is why I'm like I'm just getting my own website. Partially, it's like because you can access my website without downloading an app. Like it's fine, plenty on mobile. It's not gonna like load bad.
So anyway, that's why I would advocate.
Yeah,
Fable and I would both advocate for like get your own space on the web if you are able to. It's actually not that hard.
No,
if you can buy hosting packages for just a few bucks a month, and even if you don't want to do that, I think there's free ones, but you'll have to put up with ads being on your site, but or just have a link tree at the very least. Like I think there's other options.
Make
other than
it
that
possible for people to find you no matter where you are.
Make yourself as easy to find as you can if you're trying to make a living as an artist, creative person, whatever on the internet. Just don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't bank on Twitter being around forever or YouTube even being around forever. Or
it's just like the platforms are way more transient than you think. The internet is not in fact forever. So have your own space because if you think about like the average lifespan of any particular website, like can you imagine anywhere you go, is it going to exist or exist in the same form in 10 years? Like.
No.
Another super chat.
Ooh, thank you so much from Forewarned.
Forewarned.
Yeah, go ahead.
Forewarned says, happy B-Day, Fable. Your voice sounds younger than you say. Shout out to the handsome tuxedo mask cat and the newt lurking in the corner. Cha-cha slide.
Sound younger. That is the misfortune of being just about 5 feet tall. Look, I try very hard.
Yes,
I've been smoking a shitload, but and yet my voice doesn't seem to get any deeper. But,
Somebody pointed out you're eligible to run for president now.
Oh shit! Hey, vote for me.
Hey, congrats.
Vote for me. Sex work is now legal. Yeah.
So is weed.
So is weed. Well, Jesus, somebody ought to do it before me. Come on. That's an easy one. I'm going more daring this. I need to be more radical. So the other guy looks like more of a centrist, so they vote for him. So I'll just be more radical. I'll be like, not just sex worker, like legal sex work. I think that should be a thing. You shouldn't have the law coming down your neck if you happen to do that kind of thing. I've known folks who do that. They certainly don't deserve the harassment that they get. That said, let's make it crazy. Everybody gets a mandatory sex bot. You don't have to do anything with it, but it'll give you it'll dance for you. So
Japan's been getting real creative with those.
Wait.
You got
Does it have a face?
Thank you again, Ryan.
No, faces cost extra. This is your government sanctioned sex bot. Okay.
You got another one from Ryan.
Your government issued sex bot.
Government issued sex bot.
It just comes in one color, beige, and
But you know what? It's functional. They're stable. They work. Like nobody will deny, and you have a lot of companies that like to make peripherals for them. Mm-hmm. So whatever your flavor, it's available. Just think of it like buying your own house. You know how you decorate it? Your sex bot is what you make your own.
You got another super chat from Ryan.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Go ahead, too. What are you saying?
As an ace person, I'd probably just dress them up, put them in a chair, have them be like the mannequin in the house. Like, hey,
I was gonna say, I maybe would have some use for it if I could microwave my food or something.
Yeah, I mean, look, we already know that it has some warm ports.
It doesn't have like a built-in coffee warmer.
Yeah. Look, you have to. Yes. You warmer. Look, I'm not drunk. I'm sober. Excuse me. I don't need drugs to be this way. I just need to be in a good mood. Yeah.
This is just how Fable is.
This is how I am. I gave up. I'm like, look at Twitter. Look at this. Look how funny this is. Fuck it. You know what? I'm that person too. Fuck it. I've been holding back.
Ryan says, in the words of Matt Foley, I am 35 years old, I am divorced, and I live in a van down by the river.
Oh, I'll never be as divorced as Elon Musk. He's the most divorced man on the planet. Have you ever known somebody who their whole personality was just, I am divorced and middle-aged?
Divorced guy?
Yeah. The divorced guy, Yeah.
The shut the heck up about your exes guy, yeah.
Some
people having a midlife crisis
Yeah.
will buy a sports car. Some of them will buy a social media platform.
Yeah.
You know, it's just...
The jokes keep coming. I cannot help myself. It's low-hanging fruit, and it's just always so good. It is your patriotic duty, as not just an American, but as a citizen of the planet, to make fun of multi-billionaires and make them cry. Okay, like that's your
Banana Nana says, isn't recreational marijuana now legal in Missouri? The amendment to the Constitution passed, as objectionable as most of Missouri's politics are by my standards. At least there's that. At least that passed. Crimson Volp says, Patreon still sold out, so I'm giving you the $50 here. Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry about the Patreon situation.
Do you have a Ko-fi, Tracy, that maybe they can donate to?
I do have a Ko-fi.
Yeah.
There's really nothing there in terms of
No, it's fine. I just use mine as a tip jar. It's not very snazzy.
I apologize about the Patreon situation. It's just like I can only draw so many things a month, and so I have to limit the number of art tiers there are. I'm about to post a few holiday special things, though. I have a few items, including the very last shot glass set. So that'll probably go up sometime late next week. I figure I'll make it part of a holiday thing. So I've got some enamel pins and a few, some of the last remaining of the old editions of the books. Just figure I'll make them available since the holidays are coming, and I'll include some artboard drawings as well. So if you want to grab one of those, keep an eye out. I will post to Tumblr and probably to Twitter as well when those go up. So.
And of course, your own website.
Yeah.
Lackadaisy has its own website, lackadaisy.com.
Lackadaisy.com. Yeah, people ask, where can I read the comic? I'm like, well, lackadaisy.com.
There's so much archived art and comics, and not just the mainline comic. There's about as many little funny, just truly hilarious side comics on that website.
Oh my god,
yeah. So...
If you know where to look, you can even find the forbidden old comics that Tracy doesn't want you to see anymore.
Oh, God.
Hey, is that the slimy one? Hey, man. When'd you get in?
Welcome.
So I just squeezed out of the conditioner bottle onto Tracy's head. No, I dropped in mid-sex robot talk.
Okay.
What? You didn't join in?
No comment, huh?
Newt's just I have the expertise to do this, I better be quiet. Me, in my head, I'm thinking, I just want the conversation with my boss of pitching him, hey, you know how much money we could make off of this?
Oh, God.
You can make a lot of money. Look.
Oh, yeah.
Look. I'm just saying, look. All the equipment you need is already out there, okay? All you gotta do is just get in contact with some of the companies that make those things, and just make a little pipeline to have them all stitch it together like an exquisite corpse of porn into the ultimate pleasure device.
What an analogy.
Exquisite corpse of porn.
Yes.
Is such a powerful quote.
An interesting combination of words there.
I'm gonna write that down now.
Just poetry.
Forewarn, yes, you can tell me something about something in a past stream, oddly cryptic, but go off.
If you're gonna comment about how much simping you did at me last stream, Newt has seen the screenshots.
Oh no.
Wait, simping?
Yeah, someone was simping over a mod.
Very enamored with my icon.
Your icon's really nice.
Nox got a fanboy. It was really cute.
Very mysterious.
Oh my god, I'm here for this.
They love Tuxedo Cat moderator. Tuxedo Mask moderator.
There is another super chat.
You guys have to go read it because I am trying to animate. By the way, guys, I mentioned it in the description, but just to reiterate here, I'm currently working on what is the last shot of the entire animation, which ironically enough is the first shot of the entire animation. So this is actually the scene from the opening of the movie, and I'm just trying to tie this down so that I can hand it off to the cleanup artist. So right now, this is its current state. I'm not playing
folks,
it.
We totally worked on this from credits to opening. Just perfectly linear.
In order.
It never goes that way. Just to be, to be clear, you don't do things. In fact, if you want like the opening shots or things like to be special and like especially like emphasized and like kind of like the set piece for the thing, like you kind of save that for last because then you have all the experience and everybody's drawing characters on model by that point, and you've got your workflow down, and so you kind of like save the best for last, and in other words, because you want it to look the best. Obviously, we want all of it to look good. We've been trying our best to make it all look as good as possible.
But like I don't want the beginning has to make you go, ooh, who that guy?
Right.
So
yeah. TJ the Squishy Lego Maniac says, is there a general schedule or date that the full animation is planned to come out? Not yet. We are, like I said, we are kind of wrapping up on cleanup, comp, and sound at this point. We've got somebody working on the credit sequence. They're doing a really fantastic job with it. So the final pieces are falling into place. We're looking at probably finishing up around, like with all of everything around the end of December. This is the last of the actual animation that's being done. Everything else has already been animated and is just going through the cleanup and comp process. Probably where we're going to be, and I don't want to put this is like extremely an estimation, is probably going to be around February or so. Early 2023.
Don't hold us to that just because we want to make sure it releases at a time where it's not competing
there are
with,
so
like,
many factors.
a Marvel movie or something, so. Beyond
just finishing it, we have to time when it comes out, according to other plans we have, and so, and we don't want it to conflict with anything else that might be happening at that time, and we just need to like get all of our ducks in a row and figure out exactly what the date is. We will announce it. We have a trailer in the works that will come out first to tell you when it will become available. We will be talking about it all over social media and going, hey, come watch the premiere and everything like that.
I'm gonna be so obnoxious. You think I've been obnoxious before? I will let you know that this entire time my hyperfixation with this goddamn property has been coming out through the short. So once I'm not working on the damn thing, you watch out. Oh god, there's gonna be so much stupid artwork coming out.
We'll be making a lot of noise online. So hopefully, if you're paying any attention at all, following us on Twitter, Tumblr, my webpage, the YouTube, whatever, you will probably notice that when the thing is coming out. So
if you don't, I don't know what to tell you.
Forewarn wants a recount or a rematch on the bunnies versus lizards topic. Nope, no recount needed. I won by a good margin at the end of that, and by that I mean by a hair. But
tell you what, if you want to top the donations the lizards got at the end, feel free.
God, what was the final thing? Someone dropped a big one right at the end.
Yeah, just to fuck with Ashley. It was amazing.
Yeah.
I was like the ultimate troll. Beautiful.
And besides, Ashley is currently moving right now, so no big competition streams there. However, maybe Pride next year. Maybe we could do something big again.
I would love to.
That'd be good. Yeah, I'd like to do that. Yeah.
Can I do a rainbow drink? I've been dying to do a rainbow drink.
Please do.
What's stopping you from doing a rainbow drink right now? I want a rainbow drink.
Actually, Toom, speaking of rainbow drinks, I could Google this, but I'm curious if you know the answer. And I actually do not know the answer to this.
Okay.
Have you seen, or has anyone seen, the cocktail mixer drinks that certain bartenders can make, whereas they pour it across a row of shot glasses, it proceeds through a rainbow of colors as they pour it from a single drink? How do they cleanly get it to separate colors like that?
Okay, so this has to do with the different distribution of alcohol. So, for example, the red is not actually alcohol. It's grenadine syrup.
Grenadine. Which I love using grenadine. It's delicious.
You sound so passionate about it.
It's why I asked her. I knew she would be.
You remember when, I called you guys on Discord all of a sudden. I was getting all the posters signed. I was at Benny's. And Benny, I was, I just had the posters, and she's signing them, and I know she has a bartender kit, because I was like, oh, where's a fork? because she demanded to feed me pastry. She's like, oh, it's over there by my bartending kit. And I was like, oh? Hey, do you mind if you join me on a call? And we hopped in a voice call, and I was like, hi, Toomey, I'm here with Benny. She's a bartender as well. She does drink mixing. And Toomey just like lost her mind. Know,
yeah. That's Seraphine's voice actor.
Benny Latham.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And Toomey's favorite.
Yes.
Benny's very good. She is probably my favorite VA from everyone is wonderful. But if I had to pick a favorite, Benny is probably my favorite performance.
Oh god, she's so good. Bar none.
Oh my goodness. Listen. Benny or Malcolm could just like make my day with like saying hello to me. To be honest.
When you just have that voice.
Cypher Rage gave $5 and says, here's $5. Also, I miss Kevin Conroy. You'll always be the vengeance tonight, the Batman.
Yeah, rest in peace. Definitely the Batman of my childhood. Very sad to hear of his passing.
I know.
Too young.
Yeah,
honestly.
Another was someone released a cameo that they got on Halloween from him.
Oh.
Really recently.
Oh.
And it was looking pretty good. He was pretty high energy and stuff.
What did he forgive me for asking, but why did he pass away? Just
cancer, I believe.
Yeah, cancer.
Fucking cancer.
Fuck cancer.
That's sad. Mm-hmm. Should probably get to this backlog of questions I've been accumulating.
Yes, so I'm not able to read the questions myself. I'm relying on you guys, so thank you for the donations, by the way, guys. It is very much
really
needed.
Means a lot. We put all that money back into the production. You may not know, but it is very expensive to make animation, so...
I'll like Fable as usual. I'll ask questions when conversation dies down. So
sure, okay.
It's just people are here to listen to you talk, so I'm not going to stop you from doing it. Hunter Powell asks, is Tracy going to have a voice credit in Lackadaisy?
Yes, actually, that's right. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see where. You'll see where.
No one said anything about what it is.
I'm not. Find it.
Yeah, you'll have to find it. Maybe I should just go uncredited, so then people will have to just figure it out themselves.
Brownie points for whoever. Well, just credit yourself very vaguely.
Yeah.
Is Tracy the owl?
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, the owl talks for some reason.
Listen, I still say that if y'all ever do any of the some of my favorite mini comics are Tracy interviewing the characters. I would love to have actually Tracy read it and have the VAs react. I would love that.
Oh my god! No, you know what would be great? We need Tracy asks of Seraphine and Nico. We need questions for Seraphine and Nico because for some reason nobody asks questions. I don't know. Maybe they're intimidated.
Everybody asks about Mordecai.
Everybody asks about Mordecai. Why do you want to know about that stiff dick?
He's a board, you iron on him, that's it.
Yeah, it's like he's way less interesting than you think, guys. Like, talk to Seraphine and Nico. They have stories. They have so many.
And if they don't, they'll make one up for you.
Oh my gosh. I have questions for them.
Yeah,
I have
shoot Seraphine and Nico questions to Tracy's Tumblr. They will be locked away. Like me and Tracy were laughing a lot over some of the questions that people were sending us. I was like, oh my god, how do I even respond to this? I was just delighted.
Oh my god.
It's like somebody's just giving you like prompts. You don't have a Tumblr? Oh my god.
I don't. I never when Tumblr was around, I didn't have a MySpace either. I wasn't allowed to have them.
I feel like Tumblr would be exactly the right social media space for you. Because there's like a mixology Tumblr, and like their tag system is more fun, because it's not, there's no real good algorithm. It doesn't, like, filter based on celebrities or whatever. It's just like, I don't know, this thing's tagged this, right? It was up today. Here's top posts of all time. Something from, like, 6 years ago shows up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like, it is so, it's like a town, it's like Detroit. That's Tumblr. It's like Detroit, you know, it had its heyday.
That's a loaded analogy.
It had its heyday, and you're walking around, like, the asphalt's, like, cracked, but it's like, it's got so much fun shit in history. Yeah. RoboCop that shoots too much, yeah, that's true, too. Please.
I'll have to see about Boo helping me get one.
Talk to Boo about helping with Seraphine Nico questions for the Tumblr.
Hey Boo.
Do it.
Hey Boo. Seraphine and Nico questions on Tumblr. Also, can I have your Tumblr?
Mine? Oh,
No, Boo's. Boo won't let me on her Tumblr. She won't let me on Tumblr. I can
let her come. Boo, let her come onto Tumblr. We're all going back to Tumblr now. It's back. Tumblr's back.
Anyone want to check out Pillow Fort?
Shoot! Get out of here.
When Tumblr started imploding and we had the first surge of competitive startup social media networks, Pillow Fort was one that showed some promise. I was given like an alpha access code a while back, and I haven't touched it since that first day. I'm not actually, like, recommending it. I mean, you can go fucking check it out.
Yeah, go wherever you want. I think, honestly, that our social media diet needs to be a little more diverse, so nobody said that you had to do one or the other.
Amen. But I remember, because I was one of the first 100 people on Pillow Fort, I was allowed to make one of the main communities on it. So I made the official Pillow Fort 3D modeling community.
Ooh, nice.
And then I never touched it again. And I went back like a month ago to go look, and there were like 50,000 people in it.
Holy
like,
shit. Huh?
So I made a follow-up post. Like, I made one post at the very beginning for, hey, here's, you know, basic post format, introduce yourself, share some of your work. And then I did nothing else. And then I come back and I was like, hey guys.
Where'd you all come from? It's just Patrick lifts up his...
Who are you people?
Who are you people?
Crimson Volpace gives $5 and says, also, will the club pins be restocked? They looked really nice, and I also want one for my lapel board. Also, character portrait poker chips?
Oh,
that's an interesting idea.
I would like Lackadaisy. I would like just poker chips with like the Lackadaisy symbol on it, frankly.
Either.
Sweet. Yeah. And then like character portraits for designating certain values of chip.
Yeah, I mean, if I had my druthers, I would, you know, and had like all the time in the world, I would have finished the card deck by now, and maybe do like a whole like poker set sort of thing, so you could have like, we did actually have dice at one point made for the card game, different cards, that had like the club symbol on the dice, like these like red and gold dice that are pretty cool, and and yeah, I could do like poker chips with like the club symbol Art Deco thing going on it. Might be neat, but that's like maybe for another day, a year.
First we need a nap. Yeah.
No. Well,
right. We need to finish this first before I
Speaking
on any other projects.
Speaking of, but, I'll be at Further Confusion in mid-January. So as far as like what I'll bring to Further Confusion, I'm gonna just let that one hang. But yeah. So if you want to say hi to me, if you're in San Jose from the days of when is Further Confusion again?
January.
The 12th? The 12th to the 18th, or is it the 15th? It's like a Friday through Monday.
What we should
I can't pull myself away from this sassy cat right now. So I can't.
12th to the 16th.
There you go. Thank you very much. So yeah, 12th to the 16th, I'll be at Further Confusion. I'm going to be in the dealer's area. I'll have my own table with the fancy setup that I got with the blinking lights and, you know, the stage curtains and whatever books I have, I'll be selling there. And and trying to be like, would you like to buy a print? Here you go, you know. And it wouldn't wear nonsense like a foist on y'all.
Dealer's area just sounds like the back alley.
No,
I mean, it is a furry
There is
convention.
a back alley. Don't talk about that.
Yeah.
All Grendel gave $5 and asks, who's Rocky's favorite composer for solo violin?
Explicitly for solo, I don't know, but I'd say he's probably a Vivaldi fan and Giovannuti fan and any number of Irish folk songs, but you tend not to see anybody ever credited for those because they're just handed down. Yeah.
I was going to say, speaking of cons, although I sadly will not be repping Lackadaisy at it, I'll be at a BLFC next month, if anyone wants to say hi.
Oh, fuck yes, awesome.
I'll be repping Kashmir Sky there, which is a webcomic for a different friend of mine.
Oh, I want to go to BLFC again. They were so fun. I had such a good time there.
Sorry, not BLFC.
Katsukon?
Midwest Fur Fest.
Oh, Midwest
Sorry.
Fur Fest, right.
Midwest
I want to
Fur
go there,
Fest,
too.
sorry.
I was like, oh, damn, it just the timing didn't work out, but thankfully Further Confusion worked out. And I hope to go to more conventions. Anything I can go to that, would just be fun.
Just
I like meeting people.
make sure you give the Kashmir Skies author a wedgie for me.
I think you can say his name.
Oh,
Jared.
Yeah, Jared.
I don't know.
Watch out, Jared. A widgie's coming your way.
I did not know that his name was Jared. I thought I was
Yeah. Jared Hudson.
Yeah.
Go read his
written all
comic.
over his comic.
Okay. Yeah.
We should
Very
summon
good.
him. Be like, Jared, get in here.
I think he's currently playing Apex,
Oh,
according to Steam.
well, tell him to get over here.
Everyone go stream snipe Jared.
Yes. Go bother Jared. Tell me he has to come into the Lackadaisy stream.
Anyway, someone asked about the pins. I have some left. I'm going to make some available to patrons this season, as I was saying. And I would like to order more. Whether or not I could do that depends on how much certain things in the film production cost, though. It's like it's a big upfront fee to make a order for enamel pins, and kind of need those funds for wrapping up some film production stuff. So I don't know when I will restock those, but
Yeah.
at some point.
That's the other reason we need to get this shit done, is that we have other things we gotta do.
Yeah.
So, moral of the story: show up to Tracy's house with a briefcase full of dollar bills, or
Yes, please.
$100 bills, and
Yeah.
It's like a briefcase
Yeah.
full of singles. Here's $1,000.
Thanks.
that's
Listen.
the I heard you're an artist briefcase.
No, that's you
But-
flip open the briefcase and it's like an ad deal for $9.95 and some exposure.
I've been enjoying these frames
no.
here of just like Rocky getting up. It's like, well.
Just shaking his tiny little butt.
All right, I'm
Too much
bumping
fun.
this question to the front of the line because I'm intrigued. Forewarn asks, "Can I request a voice line from Fable?"
Oh.
To do what? I'm
We
sorry
get
ahead
GIF
of
of
time.
him just like shaking his ass like.
I'm sure once the project comes out, someone will YouTube poop it. And if they don't, I'm very disappointed in all of you. How could you? How could you fail me like this?
Oh, what line read do you want from Fable?
It was a...
Waiting for them to answer. In the meantime, Noberto Sanchez says, "Hey guys, what's up? How was Halloween?"
It was good. I listened to classical music and passed out whole candy bars to children.
I made a cake and danced around a fire like a heathen.
Ooh, proper Halloween.
What day of the week was Halloween?
Monday.
Monday.
I know that I worked and I went to the grocery store and got like 2 extra large Hershey bars, one for me and one for my roommate. That was about it.
Nice.
Aww, that's
Oh, and I've got a
great.
rainbow painted pumpkin on my mantle.
Nice.
Uh-oh, that's lovely.
I went out to the country with somebody from the Lackadaisy project, actually,
Oh.
and some friends.
Nice.
That was fun. Did I miss the voice line? Oh, they haven't said it yet.
Ta-da. About the
Um,
playing cards. Heike, I would back anything that gets us, playing cards. I'm not gonna lie. Just saying, as a little
kinda
voice
like-
in the corner.
I do really like the idea of the poker chips, but knowing the quality Tracy puts into stuff, they'd be pretty expensive. So let's wait till you guys have funds for that.
I'm mostly here for more glassware. Hi. I bother Nude about it all the time. I quietly go glassware.
We need a wine glass, we need a highball, and maybe a lowball.
Yes.
Aster
Highball,
V,
lowball?
or is it Aster 5 says... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Toom. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's okay. I'm off on a tangent. It's fine. It's better than June did.
It says, I bet Tracy's voice credit is as a Foley artist. Oh yeah, no, I'm the who's that guy from Police Academy who could do all the sound effects?
I DM'd.
Not
Tracy,
in my wheelhouse.
Tracy plays the car.
Yeah, I play
She
the
goes.
car. And also the gun. Pew,
Yes.
pew, pew,
Pew pew.
Able, I DM'd you the voice line.
Okay, let me see. Why would anybody want me to do a voice line? Okay, let's see.
I don't know.
You have a nice voice.
Yeah.
Tracy's trying to be humble. Don't be humble. Be proud. Take the compliment. Apparently, they said that in the Lackadaisy Honeycast, and I died laughing. Humble noises. What are humble noises? I'm Tracy Butler, and I can't take compliments.
Wee.
I'm Tracy Butler, and people love my characters. It's so terrible. I'm the worst.
You can quote me on that, Ryan. Pew pew.
Pew pew. Okay, this damnable hat. God damn. Like, I'm trying to make it work. But yeah, Tracy, I hope you are at least somewhat proud of what we've been doing.
No, I hate it.
Okay, all right. You heard the guys. If Tracy doesn't like it, it's gonna be shit. Here, 1 second. Let me, where's the delete button?
Start over.
Let's see.
Control Z, the entire thing.
Yes, we just gotta hold that for a few years until it backs up completely, and then we should be good. Okay? Yeah. Let me take a mallet to my computer, and then I'm gonna go to Dropbox headquarters as well, and take a mallet to their computers.
This is the worst version of Taken I think anybody's pitched.
Is this the last animation stream? No, it's the last one where there's gonna be animating, but we might have another, we'll have more streams in the future, don't worry.
No, we'll be doing other streams.
Yeah.
I don't know if there'll be, actual, rough animation like this, but we'll do other things.
Guys, if you want more animation streams, get everybody you know to watch this project and give them money so that there can be a part 2.
Yes.
If we, if you do want more animation streams or just more animation in general, please do share the film in particular when it comes out.
Share it on your pillow fort, your Mastodon, your co-host, your the burning smoldering embers of your Twitter, your Tumblr, MySpace, NeoCities, GeoCities, Facebook.
Enter it into the AI data
DeviantArt, Fur Affinity, Weasel, PhotoBucket,
ArtStation, Newgrounds,
Reddit.com. And your second cousin's twice removed Discord server all about Overwatch 2 and how much everybody hates it.
Grab Fable's Zib druggy background and put it on behind you in a green screen on your OnlyFans.
That's what I should do. I should do face reveal when it's just like green screen the truck background behind me. It's me, I'm here in Zib's bedroom. Yes, totally canon. Anyway, while I snack on these Doritos, let's answer some questions.
There was a $10 super chat. Tracy, you might want to read this one.
Turkey Beard 2010 says, "Happy birthday, here's a poem. Hey Diddle Diddle, the cat and the fiddle, why does he have," I scrolled past, "why does he have a hole in his ear? Believe it or not, that's where he was shot, so don't point it out or he'll tear." Oh. Yeah.
And hi Kitty, you missed
Sorry,
sex
I
bot.
mangled that, it was very good.
I like that.
Yeah, hi Katie, you missed sex bot talk.
Yeah,
well, it's a VOD. I'm sure you can find it again. Or do you want the topic brought back up? Because I can keep going.
Oh, I mean, we all could,
yeah.
but I think we're good.
Yeah.
I think we've said enough.
Tomb's too innocent for this.
Spaghetti and Animator says, have you heard of Ramshackle? Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Zeddy is a very talented animator and actually worked on the Lackadaisy project for a bit. So yeah, you'll see their name in the credits on this film too. But yeah, they're kickstarting their own animated pilot, and so you should go support them because they're awesome. Maybe we should link that. I'll go ahead and dig up a link.
Yeah. It's delightful. It's about a bunch of, little, street urchins that are, scheme and do... Crimes. Little baby con men, basically, trying to get by in the city. So if you like Lackadaisy, you might like it.
Yeah.
Kari says, Fable X of Zib is canon now?
What?
Fable
What?
No.
No, I'm just... No. I have standards. Look, my thing with Zib is just, it's just gender, okay? Do you ever just, you just point at a character and go, gender?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's like that.
Benjamin the Cat Lover says, who's your favorite character in Lackadaisy?
Me?
I guess us.
Yeah, I've answered that question several times. It's just I don't know, I just like them all. They're fun. But yeah, how about you guys? What's your answer? I mean, she is better than all of us. That's the only correct answer is Seraphine, let's gotta be honest.
It's Seraphine, Nico, and I relate in certain aspects to Mordecai. Oh, he's
That's
up
concerning?
there too.
Yeah.
No, it's the whole background thing.
Yeah.
That hit home for me. It really did, the whole immigrant thing. So I like him a lot. But then the siblings, I love them to death.
You named your cats after them.
Listen, if I named them anything else, it would have been a crime. The moment we picked up Nico, and I looked at him like, oh my god, this one's a boy, that one's a girl. We're walking out with two of them. Yep, we're naming them, and we found them in a swamp.
Straight out of
their
swamp,
mother was eaten by a gator? Nah, let's go.
I mean, they have a backstory already.
No, there was no other option.
Well, I'm honored that you did that.
Love them. However, I will say, Seraphine is not the badass we hoped she would be.
She's just a snuggly baby.
You know that meme on TikTok?
I'm just a baby. That is Seraphine.
Aww.
She will walk up to Boo and go, Mama, and then Boo will have to pick her up like a baby. And then we have Nico, who he'll scrap. He is a fighter. He's built like his namesake, will fight like his namesake, but then he comes up and tucks himself into bed at night. Absolutely wild. To come to the bed, and he'll tuck himself in like a person.
Aww.
He bleats like a sheep, too.
Aww.
Yeah, Tracy, I don't know if I've ever gotten to catch it on video for you. I don't think I have, but like clockwork, every night between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, Dwight will start meowing for me to go to bed with him.
Aww.
Baby.
Oh.
Quite aggressively.
Yeah, he needs his snuggle time, that one.
Shame you don't have a healthy sleep schedule.
I've gotten better, actually.
He's going to force the cat will determine your sleep schedule for you. If your cat is managing your sleep schedule, you're going to get enough sleep.
Oh god, chat's being weird.
Yeah, guys, let's not be doing like the ship thing with actual people.
Yeah, no.
Oh no.
It's a little uncomfortable.
Altgrendel asks, what song is Rocky playing that gives him such a blissful look?
He is improvising in this particular scene.
Suppose you have to watch the short to find out.
Yeah, courtesy of our marvelous violinist Fabrice.
Yeah.
Does this like punk jazz sort of thing of his own, like he's performs with a band and everything, and
Folk jazz, I think.
folk jazz,
Yeah.
yeah. It's got like a punk sort of aspect to it too, and but a few different types of things, I suppose. But yeah, he improvised this. We got together with him and combined like the poetry reading and him just kind of like riffing on that and trying different things and to see what kind of like fit and matched Michael's performance with the voice, and that was a lot of fun. It was very very cool thing to get to do. And then the animators took we had video footage of Fabrice playing all of that stuff as he was doing it, and
I think I actually have that right here. Whoop, I'm gonna throw that on I'm gonna give it its own peg. 1 second, because that nobody's gonna be able to understand what the heck that is. Come here, animate off. I don't want you to move everything. Oh my god, it's huge. So yeah, this is the footage itself. I haven't gotten to properly animating the violin yet because I've been just trying to get the rest of Rocky done first. But you can see a little of what Fabrice does in here. It's gonna load because it has to load first before it's gonna play more smoothly. Let's take a sip of water while that does its thing. I'll let it loop a few times. Give my eyes a break. Can Tracy do a voice line?
Don't make me.
Gender is cactus friend. True.
Yes.
Yeah. True.
I just posted Nico tucking himself into Critter Talk.
Aww.
See people asking where Victor is from. He's from what is currently Slovakia. Would have been the Slovak region of what was previously Czechoslovakia, and what prior to that was, part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So.
Yeah. I'd like you to know finding liquor for that country is wild.
Ishmael asks, was there cake back in the 20s?
Was there cake? Yes, there was cake.
Yes.
They definitely had invented cake at that point. Yep.
There was cake a lot earlier than that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Yeah.
there was.
Yes.
There was
Cake's been
Cake
around for
going
a
back.
while. Yeah.
quite a long time ago. Yeah.
Yes. But by the 20s they had. No, actually, I'm shut up.
Let's see.
Go ahead.
Go for it. Let's answer finish.
Go for it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to finish now.
No. So by the 20s, they had managed to stabilize, and so they started to do intricate designs on the cakes. So you had like these wedding cakes that started to pop up that were gorgeous works of art, and because it started like originally tea cakes were really decorated, but they were very small. But with the invention of the fridge, better ice boxes and the ability to stabilize meringue, they went ahead and started making bigger and better cakes. And it was wild.
Nice.
And then they hid strippers in them.
Andrew Carvin says, I just weirdly imagine Grand Budapest Hotel done with Lackadaisy characters. Now that would be a fun crossover.
Hey, Angie. Yeah, I love that. It's still one of my favorite movies. I love that movie.
It's such a good
I made
movie.
Fable watch it. I don't know, maybe spring or summer or something.
Spaghetti asks, which breed of cat would Kitty Monroe be?
Kitty Monroe, as in Marilyn Monroe? Like,
That's what I assume.
a cat, a pretty cat, a bombshell cat, I guess. I mean, like, I don't tend to pick specific breeds for them so much as I just make them out of different cat features, whatever fits their personality, I feel like. But I don't know, she maybe be like a Turkish fan or something like that.
I have a fandom question, asks Spaghetti and Animator. Is Rocky / Mordecai the most popular ship, or Mitzi Wick?
Mitzi Wick.
I think probably Victor Mordecai is the more popular of them.
Yeah,
No, there's a Mordecai. There's a Mordecai Rocky ship though.
There is. I know.
Yeah.
I mean, they're asking what's the most popular, and the one that I've seen the most like content of is probably Mordecai Victor, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
I'm here for Mordecai Victor.
I've never quantified, never like made a pie chart.
Oh my god, this topic summoned Katie.
Oh no.
Oh no! Hey, Katie.
Hey, Katie.
Hey, Katie.
Hello?
How you doing?
Okay. I don't think in particular summon me. I was just sort of saving this. Not quite yelling.
So you just went vintage clothes shopping? You said?
Yeah, I'm trying to my theme for Christmas, because I have savings now somehow, is I want to get a bunch of cool looking sweaters for my family. But it's actually so fucking hard to find sweaters that look good.
I mean, holiday sweaters are notoriously designed to look awful, right? So,
Yeah.
it's probably going back several decades now. So.
Oh yeah, like I went to a vintage shop. Oh my god, the clothes were so expensive, but it was like the only vintage clothes shop I've been to that was like actually vintage clothes. So,
yeah,
I
you might actually have better luck at like a thrift shop actually, where you can sometimes find vintage clothes. But
the thrift shops here suck so bad though. They're so much better in Western Washington.
Chat is now questioning. Wait, why is there a Mordecai Rocky ship? I don't know. You answered that question for me.
So
I didn't make it.
So what would we quantify as the standard ships in the community right now? We've got Mordecai and Victor, Mordecai and Rocky, Mitzi and Wick,
Mitzi and Seraphine,
Freckle and Ivy.
Oh, Mitzi and Seraphine is a relatively new one.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, technically, there's a Seraphine Mordecai I've been seeing floating around.
Yeah, there's that one.
Seraphine Mordecai's been around. It's just
There's
a
some nice
smaller
artwork.
niche.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
we're
mean-
taking a poll, are we? Okay.
Oh,
There's
cool. We
an
get to test this
equal
feature
Mordecai.
out. I love it.
I can only add so many options.
Oh, damn. It's to me what I'm reading is Mordecai versus Mitzi. Which ship preferred?
I mean,
Imagine Mitzi and Mordecai sitting there and looking at this happen, and Mordecai's just like, I don't think I want to win.
No.
I'm still here for Mitzi x Nina, just to screw with everybody.
Okay.
Oh my god. You know what? I'm here for babka and a better sandwich.
I'm here for babka Rocky. Yeah.
But no romance of any kind, just like his grandma.
He gives her like a candlelit dinner, but there's nothing happening there. It's just, she's a nice old lady and she invited him over for dinner, okay? It doesn't matter what she's feeding him even. It's just like, finally I get to go on a date.
Why are we lighting candles at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Because she's gonna go to bed at 4.
Exactly. It's daytime.
Yeah. She lights a candle and like promptly makes the curtain catch on fire. For once, Rocky is not the firebug of the situation. He has to put out the fires. That'd be amazing.
I think you just awoke something in somebody by bringing up Mitzi x Seraphine.
Ooh.
Miss Babka is like the Mr. Magoo of the last Lackadaisy universe, okay? So imagine all the chaos.
You're treading very, very difficult territory with this one.
I just like poking the bear, okay? I like poking the bear. It's funny to see what happens when you make it jiggle.
Look, you say the word shipping and automatically you summon an army.
I know, it's great.
Yeah.
Look at that, all that engagement, guys. YouTube's loving this stream now. They're like, oh wow, it's so active. Let's recommend it.
I guess we should.
People are actually jumping in.
Summon of shipping war in stream.
We should make this our next donation war.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Who can set that up real quick? Can we do a donation poll? Money goes towards paying for the project. And sandwiches. I will draw ship art of whatever earns more.
YouTube has a dedicated like in-stream start Q&A option.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
I don't know how that would work with our. I don't know how effective that would be.
I've never seen it. I've never. Yeah, I don't know if it like actually like cues the questions for you. That'd be very cool. Certainly would make Nox's life easier, but.
Mordecai and Victor won.
Oh.
36%.
Mitzi Wick. Oh my god.
Wow,
Second. Wow.
Hey.
Wonder what the VA's choices are. I would love to sit there and be like, like Sung Wong and Mike debating the finer points of like each ship. It would be hilarious.
Oh,
my god.
They'd probably be down too, but
knowing them, yeah.
Yeah, I mean there was the whole Victor Freckle situation.
Excuse me?
Oh, the Frictor.
Oh yeah, Frictor.
Yeah,
What?
That's a thing?
That was one of our early streams.
That's a
when we
thing Belle
started.
Yeah.
When we did our introduction like live streams for the voice cast, some things happened, like some improv things that were very funny. But also like what? Val started that? Was that Val?
No, it was Belle. Belle started.
Oh, Belle started. I was gonna say
Belle
like, yeah,
started it, and then I think Jason just leaned into it. It was hilarious.
Belle got pretty feisty playing Freckle that one time.
He was basically drunk Freckle. It was so good.
That was some.
Drunk Freckle trying to pick a fight with Victor and Victor being like, what do I do about this? I love the idea of Victor mentoring Freckle and seeing what Victor mentoring Freckle and like the shenanigans that happen as a result of like, I have to train this guy because he's just like too much of a wild card. I'm deeply concerned, but he also really doesn't want to do it.
where I'm setting down. Stop shipping. I'm sorry.
They say no.
I just said it as a joke. When I said, because Fable said something about being in Zib's room, and I just was like, wait, you're in Zib's room?
It was the drug room
the
drawing.
drug room drawing.
That was,
yeah.
for context, this, like, local St. Louis news network ran this, like, PSA, basically, for parents going, like, is your teenager hiding drugs in their room? Here's how you would know, and here's where to look. And they had this, like, really silly, like, room dressed up with all this, like, drug paraphernalia.
Oh my god,
and, like,
I need to put that on Tumblr.
But things that no teenager would have in their room. And it was, like, clearly, like, the invention of just some, you know, random 45-year-old guy who doesn't know what teenagers like or do. And the whole segment was just like a unintentional comedy of, like, you know, 420 signs and weed posters and random magazines. Like, what kid reads magazines? And
no,
yeah,
you see, the magazines is what they cut up from the filters for their drugs.
Yeah, right.
So, like, me and Tracy were just losing our minds over this, so I just, like, I was like, Tracy, help me out here, and she sketched in Zib, and I just, like, painted him in. And the result was, let me see if I can find it.
Zib just hanging out in the drug room.
Just hanging out in the drug room. Wait, if I can, what did I name that thing? Oop, that's the wrong stuff. 1 second, I'll find it. While you guys, like, fill in dead air.
I guess the next question. Spaghetti asks, have you guys heard of an anime called Dr. Stone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I'm under a rock, I'm sorry.
Ironic, given the title.
Wow.
And actually, the premise. But no, I've never watched it, but I've had a lot of friends and other audience members and other places tell me, "Hey, you should watch this. Hey, you should watch it. Hey, you should really watch this." Like,
I think since it's kind of science-based is why they might be recommending it to you.
Yeah, but you might end up yelling
yeah,
at the screen, Newt, also.
Yeah.
well, no, on the contrary,
Here it is.
I've been told that it is extremely accurate in how it depicts everything.
I don't know.
So anyway, here's I found it. Here's Zib's bedroom.
In the crack room.
So good.
It's not subtle.
It's not even remotely subtle. He's got Cherry Garcia in his hands.
If you walk into this room and go, is my child on drugs? Then I love how it's like an obvious office building too. Like, it's just like the obvious, like, corporate office sort of
just
beige
a spare
walls.
room at the police
What
station
kid has
that
that?
they decorated. It's like, how do you guys just have spare rooms like that?
It's the carpet that really gets in the way.
Painter's tape to hang the tie-dye, like.
Now, granted, we did draw in the weed pizza box cover that was, like, repurposed into a sign, and the I love drugs.
Yeah, but honestly, it was already so, like.
There's not much added.
So over the top.
Zib was added.
Ishmael.
I love how he just threw his bra on the floor there.
That was from the last person who was in there.
No, that's his.
And the pink slippers too.
He just got back from an event.
Late night show.
Ishmael asks, is Al Capone going to be in this?
No. Alluded to, but not in it.
Sophia Cantwell asks, is Virgil a Turkish Angora?
No.
What happened to that Turkish Angora?
He was
Oh, Virgil. Aw.
He lost his pedigree in the sewer.
Oh, hey, Jimmy
Poor
Carter.
Chat wants to know Zib's bra size.
0.00000 is concave a size.
I mean, he doesn't have a lot of frame to support much, so
Not even barely himself.
maybe like 34B.
That sounds pretty generous to me.
He'd have to
Look,
the bra
that
with something
man can't be bigger than an A cup. I'm sorry.
Yes.
There's no way.
Yes.
Not unless he's been drinking a little too much beer, if you know what I mean.
Yes,
Yeah.
but need I bring up drag queen Zib because
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can be
you
flat in a drag queen.
It's where he keeps his drugs, so
Okay.
he's gotta have some room.
Dragon has the cats in Lackadaisy have boobs?
Yeah, they got just like a row of like, just rose nipples down their bellies. You know how cats are.
Oh god, now you're asking for 8 boobs character drawing.
Oh god.
Oh, it's definitely been done. The furry community is definitely.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys. They're on it. We don't need to supply.
Super Will asks, do you play board games?
Yep. Tabletop games? Yeah, I actually, for a while we haven't played in a while because everybody's been so busy, but I have a group of former colleagues I play tabletop games with.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. You guys
I
can
like to hang out in the board game bars.
We ironically, or semi-ironically, or just coincidentally finished our pandemic legacy game shortly before COVID happened.
Nice.
We lost.
I mean, that's
Less
how that
nice,
game goes.
but nice.
Bob Saget asks, when's the theatrical release?
Ooh.
Theatrical? That's yeah. We don't have a theater, sadly. Just a YouTube channel.
I mean, I'm definitely going to watch it in VR, so I have the giant screen.
Oh
There
my
you go.
god.
Ooh, I might do that as well. That's a good point.
It's not
Listen.
not theater sized, but you can get like a pretty absurd. It does come with a pretty absurd screen
I can
size.
actually rent a theater here. If I was getting permission to showcase it in a theater, I would.
Mm-hmm.
It's that good.
Yeah, I mean, renting a theater is not a impossible thing. I mean, we could, in theory, do that. It's just I don't know. We are definitely over budget at this point and spending personal funds to finish the film. So it's hard to work in okay, let's also rent a theater. And we don't really have a central location either. The whole crew is literally across spread across the planet. There's a lot of people in California, but there's also a number of people in Australia and the UK and all across the US and France and things like that. So
I'm gonna have to force Z to sit down and watch it. She's terrible about watching stuff she's worked on.
Well, we will absolutely be trying to get her to come to the premiere at least.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, we'll do an online premiere, but yeah, a theater thing is a little tricky because nobody's centrally located, and also it costs money.
Yep.
And we are but poor artists, so.
Tracy, you're...
Nothing.
Tracy, you're gonna love this question. Forewarned says, "Can we see Tracy's old art from long ago?"
No. I mean, if you search the internet enough, you could probably find it. Yeah.
You want to share some links?
Nope. Nope.
What?
I mean, you can find like lots of old Lackadaisy art right on the website, like on Lackadaisy.com. You can see like the original like character concepts and stuff like that. So, I mean, if you want to go back that far, but
doesn't art have some of that old medieval comic?
Yeah, yeah, I think there's a little bit of it there still. Kare, you're oh, there. Sorry about that. Oh, there's a lot of noise coming from your audio.
Ishmael asks, "Is Mordecai a gang member or a bounty hunter?"
Definitely not a bounty hunter. So gang member is definitely a more appropriate term for what he does.
I like that sentence. More appropriate term.
I mean, if we're being frank about it, yes, he's a gangster. He might chafe at being referred to that way. Prefer to be called like a accountant and a, gunman maybe, but he's a professional, right?
Okay, what we view as gangsters nowadays, he's a gangster. We think of that word. Then we look at Mordecai.
He's a stuffed shirt, not a gangster.
I'm sure he's got some kind of...
He's a ficus plant.
He needs some kind of job title, like closing specialist or something.
Yeah, cleanup artist.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Cleanup artist, I get it.
Yeah, Numberto, I'm not sure we can just do collabs with designer brands.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure if I, called up somebody at Calvin Klein or Gucci and I was like, "Hi, I draw cats on the internet. Do you want to team up with me and make designer
We understand that you've had some tumultuous incidents recently with previous clients of yours. Would you...
Maybe if I just make a verified Twitter account pretending to be Gucci, then
Oh man, come on, we could put Nico in the Supreme shirt.
Have a verified account.
I can convince everybody that there is a Lackadaisy line.
I'm 99% sure a fan has drawn fan art of Nico in the Supreme jacket.
I wouldn't be surprised. I know I drew Rocky in fucking Lorax pajama pants or something. Those could be Gucci. Why not? They should be.
Lorax pajama pants.
They should hire me.
I mean, ever since COVID, we've been going pajama chic, right? So might as well get into it.
We've been going progressively disintegrating sweatpants, but yeah.
Lunam D. Rogers says, "Do you think there's a bit of unintentional problems in the art community in regards to how people that are interested in getting into art but never did as a kid are treated?" Not quite sure what you mean. Do you mean people who wanted to be artists but never got into it are treated badly by the art community in general, or do you mean people have been discouraged from becoming artists by family or something like that?
I think they're talking about that idea of, if you didn't start young, it's too late for you to start now.
Oh.
They kind of discourage the fact that if you don't start at a certain age, you're not going to make it. I think that's what they were talking about.
Oh,
maybe.
Okay. Yeah, that might be what they mean. I don't want to assume that's the case, but I definitely think the idea that you have to start or be at a certain place at a certain age is pretty ridiculous. I mean, the only point at which it might be too late to start is when your hands are so arthritic with age that you can't hold a pencil. But then you could probably do some other kind of art anyway. So,
I'm back.
I don't like. I don't really hear a lot of people espousing that idea so much anymore. That like you have to start young or something like that. Like
no, that's silly.
Yeah.
You have so much of a life. I can't believe so many people like pinhole themselves into the mentality that like you have to start as some sort of young prodigy to be really good.
It's like in fact that's a great way to burn out fast.
Right. Like if you're not accomplished by sorry, go ahead.
Like sorry. Someone who like starts drawing at like 14 and is like fucking amazing by the time they're 18. Like that takes 4 years. It takes a little bit of time and a lot of practice to get to a skilled point in artistry. Like there's fundamentals you can learn, etc., etc. As long as you sit down and do it regularly, you're building a skill. Like it doesn't matter when it happens in your life. Like just do it.
It will happen at a different pace for everybody too, because you know, the way in which you learn, the resources you have available to you, the, you know, tools you have available to you, it's all going to vary, and so everybody's going to learn at a different pace and maybe at a different time in their life. That's totally fine. Like definitely if somebody's telling you like, oh, you're too, you know, if you're like 30 something and someone's going, oh, you're too old to be an artist on the internet, it's like, no, shut up. But yeah, I really don't see that attitude prevailing so much these days. I think maybe people know now, or like have a better idea. Like,
I mean, people, especially on the internet, will gatekeep anything.
That's true. That's true. Gatekeeping is definitely a hobby that the internet likes to engage in. But but yeah, I mean, if you're like one of those people. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah, like finish your line of thought.
I was gonna say, like, if you're one of those people who's like, you know, 20 something, and you're like, oh, I have to accomplish what I need to do by age 25 or before I'm 30 or something. Like, stop it! Don't do that to yourself. Like, almost nobody does that, and often you're not ready for it. If you hit like major success or something at that age, you often will like suffer for it because you just don't have like the capacity to deal with it, like the adult structure in your life to you know, handle something like that. So do it in the time that it takes you to do it. Like don't like put that like, oh, like Alexander the Great conquered most of the world by the time he was 33. What am I doing with my life? Like like don't do that to yourself. That's dumb.
I think it's a fundamental pinfall for people in their 20s. Yeah.
And don't be afraid to try something new. If there's something you want to do and you feel like you can't because you didn't study it or because you didn't do it when you were younger or whatnot, the internet is a vast resource. Use it to your advantage. It is something that previous generations didn't have. Go ahead and don't be afraid to step out and learn a new technique and maybe something you already know or just something completely new in general. It's how you better as a person. It's how you better in art and in everything.
Yeah.
I have seen like this happen a lot, actually, but with the same, like, it's not keeping it specifically as the way as I've seen it. It's a lot of time the same artists that look at other artists and are like, oh, this person has a series and they're my age, so I'm pretty much done for. Or I'm a failure because at my age, I have not done what they have done. Or this person is a showrunner at younger than me, and that means I'm a failure and I should stop doing this. It's more that vision of perfectionism that we kind of have for ourselves in comparing ourselves to others, and the fact that I have to do this by the time that these people have already done it. And usually the people that do that, especially at young ages, like at 25, 30s and such, are very big exceptions. And a lot of times, from what I've heard, run into a lot of problems. So, like, exactly what Tracy said, like, don't do that to yourself. You will, like, if you keep trying, you will get to that point sometime in your life. I think it was Robin Williams, the director of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. He got very late into animation. Like, he was in his 50s or like late 40s when he started, and like he didn't get like his first opportunity to direct like much later on. But he was still super happy about it. He was like, I never even thought about doing animation or art until I was well advanced in my life, and I still got into it, and I still did what I wanted to do. And a lot of people still... Oh, sorry.
Richard Williams, by the way.
Oh, Richard Williams. I know it was Williams something. I forget, and I have his book. But
Yeah.
even there, he has books where he explains his process, he explains how he got there. Like, don't be so harsh.
1 second. Is that sound going on in the background? There's like something playing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's on my end, sorry.
Oh, it's as long as it's not copyrighted, like music or something.
That was my one.
Should be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Anyway, yeah. Well said, Kare.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to like do that. Like by this age, I have to this because other people did. It's like you don't know the circumstances under which that happened to them, the opportunities they may have had that you didn't, or the resources, or the people they knew, or the access to tools and education and things that they might have had that you didn't. Like, so don't like everything's relative to yourself. Like don't put that like make it a weird competition with like people who are like these young suddenly successful people. Like it's just it's rare, and you can get there by other means, and you can do it in your own time. Like but I don't know. I guess that might be what the original question was. I might have like misinterpreted it, but
few people can cram as much into their young lives as Newt did, so don't compare yourself.
Yeah, stop comparing yourself to Newt. We can't all be Newt, okay?
Yeah.
Newt can barely be Newt.
I hear Newt stories and I kind of go, wow. I just could sit here for hours.
Newt terrifies me. Hi.
Yeah.
The most powerful amphibian of all.
Don't worry, you could probably outrun him right now because his leg is injured. But
Wow.
Hey, I got up, Lex. He's got a chance.
I got a working ankle. What
Well,
about you?
For what it's worth, I could probably outrun Tracy because
he
he's
can't.
small.
Yeah.
Wait.
He's gonna run us over in his wheelchair.
You can skitter a lot faster than I can.
I think a majority of us here are kind of short though.
Yeah, no, like Newt, out of all of us, I think can catch me, just all of us, but maybe Nox. Like,
I mean,
you
would
would
probably
regret-
catch me because I am in no physical condition whatsoever.
Newt would regret catching me.
He will just drop down from the ceiling onto you.
Squat. I've gotcha.
Newt would just do the cat thing to you, Fable, where you throw a wet spaghetti noodle on your head and you shut down.
6 foot something, like amphibian, standing in the doorway with a knife.
Listen, one step of Newt is like 3 of mine or 4 of mine. It's wild how tall he is.
Your femur bone alone is taller than me, so yeah.
Wait, how tall is Newt?
Tall.
I'm 6'4".
Oh, okay, you're Taven's height. I hate that. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Oh no.
Welcome to Lackadaisy Animation Chat, where we bully the tall.
Angry skyscraper noises.
I don't know about you, Tracy, but did Newt have to crouch for you?
Probably, yes. I mean,
My favorite.
I'm like 5'2", so.
Newt met me and was like, "Oh my god, you weren't joking. You're so short." And I'm like, "I told you."
I confirm Fable's quite small.
I am the shortest among you fuckers, and I am also the angriest. It goes in proportion.
Are you
the most gremlin size?
5'1"?
I'm 5 feet and 3/4 of an inch.
Oh, I'm 5'1" and 3/4 of an inch. Fuck yeah!
I'm 5'1" clean. Just 5'1", that's it.
Yeah, to steal a joke from Tumblr, Newt's pronouns are fee, fi, fo, fum.
Poor Newt. We're just living out our insecurities by making fun of you.
We missed you, man. We missed you, by the way. It's been a while. Yeah.
We're making up for lost time.
Yes.
I think four really short people could probably take down someone that's 6'4".
If we all just like piled up together in a trench coat.
I don't know. I have really sharp teeth.
Well, you get to be the head.
I'll just bite his ankle. It's fine. I'll hamstring him.
He's just gonna grab you like freaking Siren Head.
Yeah, and then he's gonna get bit. Look, you do not grab birds. Do you know what happens when you grab a bird?
I do, actually.
Oh my god.
Ishmael Sakara says, will Tom and Jerry make a cameo? No, that is not licensure, which I have access to. Sorry.
Wait, wasn't Tom and Jerry like 1930s, or were they around that early?
I think the 40s. I think they
yeah.
premiered in the 40s.
Like 1939 at the earliest.
Yeah.
Because they were colored cartoons.
Yeah, they were in Technicolor.
Kyle asks, how did y'all get the idea of Lackadaisy?
It's more of a Tracy question. She's the one who came up with it.
I had a
that
brain
question a lot, though.
infection.
Yeah,
yeah, I answer it.
Toxoplasmosis.
Yeah, I've answered it a lot. It's but it's kind of hard to put a finger on exactly like where it came from. It was just like a culmination of life events and things and childhood characters I used to draw that didn't really have any context, and music I was listening to, and all just kind of, fascination with local history just kind of all like snowballed into a thing. And I was desperate for some kind of like creative outlet at the time because I had kind of transitioned at my day job into doing more managerial stuff. I was working as an art director, and I was like delegating tasks and interviewing people and hiring people and making art bibles and art guides and things instead of like actually doing more hands-on like actual art by that point. And so I was like, I need a thing to do at night that is art. And then it took over my life. So yeah,
as cats tend to do.
Yep.
Forewarned asks,
tiny dictators.
Forewarned asks, does Rocky's violin have a name?
It does not, no, which is a bit odd since he does have a tendency to nickname everything, but
I should do a poll.
Name Rocky's violin.
Name Rocky's violin.
Consuela.
Consuela.
It's like Tracy, have you ever asked him what his violin's name was?
I have not.
Well, go call Rocky.
I'll go call him.
Rocky
right back. Let me text him real quick.
Yeah.
He's just gonna
send a violin again. I don't recall you ever mentioning it.
Every time I text him, he just spams emojis back at me. So
Technically, you could just message Mike. It's basically the same thing.
You want me to text message Mike? I'll do that. Be like, 1 second. Text message Mike is a Mike.
Thank God you're actually doing it.
Yeah.
Sweet.
What the fuck, Mike? Where's your fucking... I thought I had you in my contacts.
You should ask him for his social security number.
Oh, yeah. I'll ask him that, too.
Don't ask Mike for his social because I have... he might give it to you.
No, I actually have his social. Come to think of it, he did sign paperwork with me.
You're our boss. We had to fill out tax info, but...
Oh no.
But I feel like if you just swung by and asked him, "Hey Mike, can I get your social?" You'd be like, sure. Just send
the numbers in the back.
I need to tell the internet what it is. Can you
No internet, we are not actually giving you
YouTube is asking what your social security number is.
Like the company? No, the chat.
The community.
Well, the U.S. government also would like to know. Shouldn't they already know that? I don't know.
They gave it to.
They misplaced it.
Yeah, they yeah.
That's believable.
They lost it in the war 100 years ago. I don't know how long Mike's been on this earth for, but it's a while.
It's somewhere at the bottom of the ocean.
It's It's in some documents in some club in Florida.
Oh,
It went
Maybe
down
I
with the Edmund Fitzgerald.
It's
Jagan
James
asks,
glove box.
Michael Kovac? Yes, Michael Kovac is the voice of Rocky.
The Baja Blast himself.
Yeah.
you can't tell me that any of y'all are in Florida because I will literally drive anywhere in this state to try to find y'all. No lie.
Man, I wish I saw you when I was in Florida. If I could have made arrangements, I would have, but I was already in trouble, so.
You didn't even tell me is the irony here because I would have just showed up like.
Well, if any of you ever come to Seattle, I'll fucking take the bus over there. 10 hours.
I will figure out a way to find people.
Car?
I don't have a car. I don't know how I'm alive. It's okay.
I could have sworn you had a car. Okay. I mean, no shame in that.
I mean, I know how to drive. I don't have a license, but I'll drive your car. I can't guarantee your car will exist after that, but.
Oh no, Kenny!
I almost fucking wrecked Tomb's car.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
I'm at a diner right now.
Hi, Mike. Hi, Mike. We're live on YouTube right now. Here's a question because we couldn't answer it. What is the name of Rocky's violin?
I don't know.
Sorry. What is your social security number?
It is
Don't
3
say it.
7.
Don't. No.
Oh, I guess it cut out. It must have been bad signal.
Sorry, can you
There's no way
repeat
in
that?
hell it starts with a 3.
I'm pretty sure he hung up on us.
Wow.
I did almost wreck Tomb's car, though.
Yeah, you and your cha-cha slide funeral.
Oh my god.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
this is why I can't be in video chat while driving anymore. It's because of Katie.
I mean, to be fair, that's probably not advisable.
Kids.
You were like making like unintelligible sounds on the other end, and I was like, what happened? Like, I almost crashed my car because of you.
I was laughing so hard, my eyes closed, and I swerved over into like the emergency lane on the
Stop
highway.
trying to kill each other, damn it! You're not allowed. You survived a plague. You're not allowed to die via like stupid means now.
So
It's disappointing.
they're not on your payroll. You don't have to worry about it.
the only death as a result of shipping. It's like an argument that happens over a phone call in a car.
I mean, I'm sure somebody's killed somebody else over shipping before.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Oh god.
The internet
But no,
is serious.
Hi T, I am not allowed to die until I finish this, and then I can go. It'll be fine after that.
I can't go legally blind until I've seen the short, and then it's okay after that.
Same.
So we have end. I love how we have end goals with Lackadaisy, Katie.
To die happy? I mean,
Yeah.
hey, if the short is what helps you like make that goal, then okay. I'm glad to be a bright spot in your life. Joe Plains asked, I can't think of any serious questions, so I'll ask. Why did you make Sai so handsome? Sai's the trumpet player of the band. That was actually a mandate I gave the character designer. I was like, okay, so I need you to take Sai, and it's very important. I need him to be attractive. I want this to be a very handsome trumpet playing cat. It's important for canon reasons, okay?
It was part of the job description. Is Zib would have it, I guess.
Yeah.
Make him hot.
That's not even a joke. I do. Please make this character hot. This is a mandate.
John Paul Greaves asks, "Hey Fable, which 3 cartoon characters are your favorites?"
Only 3?
That's all you get.
Let's see. Pretty much any character in BoJack Horseman is pretty cool. I love Tuca and Birdie. Let's see what else. She's like Bob's Burgers is just like really fun characters. What else? There's so many. It's like any given cartoon I watch, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the guy. I love that guy. Like I've been watching Chainsaw Man, and I was like, ah, I love this chain simp. His obsession with toast and boobies. That's been fun to watch. There you go, anime discussions. Chainsaw Man, can recommend. It's really funny.
I've recently started watching my first anime ever.
Oh, what are you watching?
Oh,
I'm watching My Hero Academia.
Oh, that's a fun one.
A very soft start.
Yes, it's like it's a really good example of a shonen.
It's a
grew up
good
watching
introduction,
fucking
actually.
Dragon Ball.
What's the call marks?
And then we can escalate directly to Helsing.
I've watched all of Helsing Abridged. I watch it like once a year.
Okay, that's the perfect way to watch Helsing.
Helsing Abridged is great. They fortunately censored the actual originals of Helsing, which have a lot of just unnecessarily graphic bullshit.
Oh, I'm not even worried about the graphic shit. Like, I've.
Oh no, I love me some like stylized.
I saw on box set, for better or for worse. That was a weird phase, but. No, but I mean, technically, when I was a bit younger, I watched a little bit of Hitalia with some friends. I watched a little bit of fucking Brotherhood, Full Metal Alchemist, a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's just great.
Oh, that's a good one. If you didn't finish it, finish it. It's really good.
The example of a dog girl in an anime that I always bring up.
One of like the 4 episodes of that I saw.
You would like Death Note probably.
yeah.
I've been told very frequently I would love Death Note. I've been told I would love. God, there's a couple on the list.
Do you like math? Do you like economics?
It's an odd question.
Spice and Wolf, if you are nerdy for math and economics. If you are also nerdy about the history of the development of the book, Ascendance of a Bookworm is excellent. They're very nerdy.
Okay.
Yeah, Ascendance of Bookworm is like a very nerdy isekai where basically this librarian gets isekai'd into a fantasy world, but as like this sickly little girl. So it's like she's like 4 years old, like transferred into like a 4-year-old's body, and this kid is gonna like die any minute. Basically, it's like, yeah, you got isekai just to probably die again in a few short months. And not only does she have to figure a way how to survive as a very frail and sickly child, but also she really misses books, and so she's like, I want to make books for this world. However, this whole area is like medieval Europe, basically, in that there's no printing press. Their books are very expensive, and they're just, owned by the gentry, effectively. And she's just like, no, my precious books. So she goes out of her way to invent an entire industry. And she's 4.
Nice.
It's really good. Yeah. Also, Lisa Reimold is in it as the main character's sister, Thule.
Oh shit. Nice.
Yeah, Lisa plays Ivy in our movie. Yeah.
Like Food Wars.
Yeah, if you need something, speaking of porn, if you want an anime that's like food porn, but like literal, Food Wars.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
I've been shown a scene from this.
Yep.
I think.
The sad part here is that if
Yes, you probably were shown a scene, but the hints and the food in the anime are actual legitimate. They worked with like actual chefs to put it forward. So all the recipes, it's not like some of these shows where it's like, oh yes, look at this food, and then there's no way in Earth that you can recreate it. No, like they actually, in I think some of the recipes are actually at the back of the manga chapters. And so I like Food Wars, but yeah, it's basically actual, yeah.
Yeah, it's how they depict how delicious the food is. When the food's so good, your clothes just explode off your body. It's an amazing series.
And now Chad is bringing up Sausage Party. God damn it.
Oh God, no. Ay, Dios mío.
No, that movie was a mistake.
Yep.
I am so happy I've never seen it.
I
don't want to see it.
I have no interest in it.
Mm-hmm.
Same. If I ever watch it, it's because it's with Tomb.
No!
Tomb in the corner, tied to a chair, screaming.
Yep.
Exactly. What did she do?
I don't know. If we get to that point, so I must have been something bad.
Speaking of movies,
responsible this way.
I rewatched Titan AE recently with Tracy.
Oh, nice.
Tom Bluth's last film. Oh boy.
It's free on YouTube, actually.
Yeah.
With ads, but
or not.
Like it showed up in my recommendeds. And the hair was clearly the feature of the thumbnail.
Yeah.
And it made me laugh, so I pointed it out to Fable, and Fable's like, "We should watch that." I was like, "Okay." I haven't seen it in a long time, so it's not the worst thing ever.
It is exactly as good as I remembered it.
It's like frustratingly like could have been good, and then didn't do that.
Titan AE is a good example of why you need a variety of shot types, because that movie there'd be like a big important emotional moment, and they just like the camera is like all the way across
too far away.
room. It's like
they did a weird thing where they were like mid ground, like mid.
They
like,
were always mid ground
most
or
of the
full
film.
body. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for a movie that takes place in space, like the scale of things is remarkably like downplayed. Like everything has to fit in the frame exactly. Nothing ever overwhelms the frame. Like there's a planet, but the planet still like fits entirely in the frame, so it feels like tiny and inconsequential.
It's missing that sense of grandeur that you can get with like distant shots in space, and then also missing that intimacy you get with the characters where they're conversing with each other and having a moment or whatever, and it just didn't zoom in close on them, and so it was just kind of a weird.
And here's a weird thing. Apparently Joss Whedon was involved, and I think this
predated
Firefly.
He was credited as one of the writers. I wonder
and it's just
if
like, what the hell?
Yeah.
We watched it. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I couldn't help but wonder, does Firefly exist because of this, or was he involved because of Firefly? I want to figure out what the timeline for this was.
No, that came out before Firefly did, so I think.
Yeah. Did he work with Don Bluth and was just like, this script sucked, I want to make my own space opera, and did Firefly? Like, I want to know if there's a connection between these two things, because they're too similar.
Maybe.
In some respects. But yeah. There's a lot of fun ideas. I really like the idea of an animated space opera, especially by Don Bluth. He did Space Ace, the video game. And, as goofy as the film was, Don Bluth does a bunch of weird-ass aliens. Oh, hell yeah, sign me up. But it was so subdued relative to what he could do. Like, the aliens were not weird enough. The people were not likable. The shot choices were strange, and didn't take advantage of Bluth's style, where you, can get in close to a face and is, over-animated and blah, blah, blah. It's like, why aren't you doing all your strengths? And they involved a bunch of CG, and the villains are CG themselves, so the intention was to make them feel more like a force in nature, but I think if they had personified like the antagonists, it might have actually been better because it's a space opera.
Because they weren't memorable. They weren't memorable at all. They were like props. They were just like like the ships themselves are just like, oh, the aliens, the CG things showed up, I guess. So like it's like, wasn't somebody played the alien queen in Titan AE that was like a big name actress even, and it's like her voice is so distorted you cannot tell what she's saying. And didn't it have just like one line or two lines, and that was
it's like it's so distorted they have to show.
And it wasn't really a character. It was just like it issued orders, and there was no like understanding of its motivations or anything like that. I
do remember though having a huge crush on the kangaroo lizard woman who's like the weapon specialist. As a kid.
The one voiced by Janine Garofalo. Was it like?
I was like, surely this doesn't mean anything, having a crush on this
like
character.
That?
I mean, everybody has a crush on this character, right? Yeah. She's really angry and she has huge legs, and she could just kill you by stepping on you.
Angry with huge legs. It's a type.
I have types. I'm allowed types.
Okay. If it's any type of what word would it be? Constellation? I know people that like. I had a crush on the cat lady from Treasure Planet.
I mean, let's be honest, so
it happens.
Yeah.
I also like the who was the other character played by Nathan Lane of all things? It's like, do you want like slimier Timon? That Titan AE has it for you. He makes like weird allusions to like the one girl. The movie like tries to be horny, but it utterly fails at it. They tried to have like a shower scene. They quickly covered
had a
up
shower
the girl.
scene,
and
they had that one scene that was like straight up Star Wars. Like I think they were deliberately like channeling Star Wars there because they had like the headwear and the pig guard guy at the like kind of like
Oh yeah, the guard, the Star Wars reference is
the
just
one
a big
amusing
joke
thing in the
outside.
movie.
Yeah,
the one that it doesn't really hold up these days, but it's
the
like
intelligent guard.
Yeah,
it was pretty hilarious. There's like the movie keeps interrupting itself as one problem. It doesn't ever stick to one sequence. It thinks that you're gonna get bored after a minute or two, so it never just lets a sequence play out from beginning to end. It actually takes a comedic moment, which is when what's-her-face gets tossed away by the mean alien, blue energy aliens, and then like I guess some random space junk scavengers must have picked up her pod, and they threw her in what was supposed to be like an area where people were like waiting to purchase slaves, I guess, like alien slaves. So the good guys are trying to sneak in. This is where the guard, who's actually smart, they confront them. And so they're trying to sneak in. They have the moment with the guard. Then it cuts back to main dude, Kale. I had to remember, it was like, he's some kind of vegetable. Kale.
Yeah, Kale.
Caleb, whatever. Like Don Bluth's boyfriend. They cut back to Don Bluth's boyfriend with the energy aliens. And it's like this really dramatic moment where he's just like screaming. And then he figures out how to get out of his jail cell and then get to an alien spacecraft so he can fly away without anybody needing to save him.
Yeah, it's
and
like,
then
so
it cuts
like,
back to the slaver situation, back to the comedy. It's just
where
like,
it's just like do. It's like you can't interrupt your like the momentum of your emotional buildup with dumb shit and then expect the film to have like a coherent like emotional like story to it. Like you can have those two things in the film, but you can't interrupt them in that way and have it really flow. It's like a lot of films do that now, where they'll have some like really serious moment and some like extremely tense scene or something, and then they break in with a joke, and it's like, okay, that's funny, the tension releases, everybody laughs, but the film has just undercut its meaning. It's just like sometimes it's called for, and other times it's like you just keep doing that, then you're really just kind of hampering the actual And I do understand because like the temptation is always there with like a tense scene to just like cut in with something like unexpected and stupid because it will make you laugh. But
it's really odd because like each sequence will have its own emotional flavor. Unfortunately, the emotional flavor is usually I'm annoyed with you and everybody sucks. But it has its more dramatic moments. It has its more comedic moments. It tries to have sensual moments. And the reason why you get such like strong emotional whiplash is that I don't think they were able to finish the film. My recollection of watching the director's commentary when I rented this movie on DVD. Shout out to Blockbuster. Once upon a time, you could rent a DVD and get all the features that were on the DVD. So they had a director's commentary and a making of, and they were talking about how that specific sequence, they had a whole much more involved thing involved. And it was animated in fact. And you can watch the complete sequence and it's much funnier and it flows together much better. Like if it had been in the movie, it would have made the movie much, much better. But they did not have the time or the money to finish the animation they had. So it's all animated out, but they didn't have the budget anymore. I guess they spent it on too many like space whales or something. Because this film came out in like, what, 1999?
No, 2000.
2000. It was a movie that came out in 2000. And a CG then, if you watch it now, like the CG looks really like cheap and like, I don't know, but CG then was really expensive and this was visually impressive at the time. So they were really banking on selling the movie based on like the effects work. And I think they were trying to get ahead of Treasure Planet because they imagined that these films would like go head to head or something. Unfortunately, neither film did well. They weren't really competing with one another so much as just happened to be beside one another. So
they also released it.
Yeah. Tiny
They released it at that time. Sorry.
Titan AE is intending to be for like teenagers and adults, but it's not. And while it has like more adult subject matter, it doesn't do anything with it. It just feels like set dressing. There's no story being told that is especially complicated that couldn't be told to like a child, honestly. So when you're making something with the intention of selling and marketing it to adults, but it's about as mature as what you would show to a 5-year-old, it's just not going to work out very well.
I think like that Treasure Planet,
Treasure
Atlantis,
Planet hit its target demographic way better.
And Titan AE all kind of, but I think they all kind of like, they were all box office failures, and they all failed in kind of the same way that I think they were trying for an older audience than what Disney usually shoots for. They were trying to appeal to like teens and young adults and things, and they were almost trying too hard and trying in the wrong ways. Like instead of having like the emotional complexity, they just like kept trying to do things that look cool or whatever.
It's just aesthetically kind of like, for adults, nothing else. So.
And I think it might play into part of that, like that overarching like attitude among execs and like, you know, the Disney CEO and whatever going like, well, only animation's for kids, you know, because it just every time they try, they fail, but it's because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, it's like when you hamstring the production so that it has to appeal to children too, just because, well, we can't bank on this, so make sure that kids can watch it. You're gonna end up with a narrative that feels really strange because, like, their idea of what the alternative child audience could be just skews so much younger than what you could do. Like, you can share certain stories that might satisfy a 12-year-old and also a 16-year-old. And then an adult is going to view it in a different way. There's a lot of stories that I picked up when I was a kid that as I came back to at different ages, you know, I read more different things into it, and I really appreciate those. I think those are really strong pieces of fiction. Unfortunately, the kinds of things that aim lower, where it's supposed to be palatable, they don't want complaints from parents, basically, because, like, the parents have to watch this thing. And they don't want like certain messages being sent to their kids, basically, like I don't know that bad guys are anything other than a vague evil. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, oh, it's okay, kids. The Earth got blowed up, but actually everything's fine now. I don't know what the message is here. Something about a father figure that betrays you. It doesn't know what it's talking about. And
it's yeah, I don't know. I feel like the films have their merits in that, like, you could see the artist trying some new and different things and some more adult looking character designs and complex character designs and yeah, it's like it's interesting. It's like a diversion where they did some experimenting, but it never really landed on the thing that Disney was looking for, or the thing that the box office was looking for, really, I guess. I think like Pixar then came along and did some stuff that, even though it was more also for kids, it had a separate level to it that adults could enjoy as well, and so Disney ran with that instead. And yeah, but we don't really get things that are like more narrowly for adults still, unless you're watching anime. So it's kind of a shame. But
I'm giving my hands. Yeah, I'm stretching if I go quiet, guys. I'm always like giving my brands a brief break. Hands. My hands need a break every so often, so if you see it stop moving, it's because I'm trying to move my fingers. Because otherwise, I can't draw anymore. We don't want that. I don't want to injure myself. That's Rocky's job. Yeah.
It's got quite the question backlog. I should probably get back to that.
Yep.
The next question was from this person called Kare. Did any of the characters ever make or try Depression Pie?
Depression Pie. I mean, probably during the Depression, yeah. When you didn't have the ingredients to make much else.
Wait, which Depression Pie, Kari?
Like water
the
pie?
The one that's water? Yeah, it's basically water. Like, you have the pie base, and you just, I think it's just water and sugar.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And there's like mock apple pie, which is made with like Ritz crackers, and there's a few different ones that are just like they would innovate with like and actually make like, pretty good tasting food, honestly, with the shit ingredients. So
actually, I think the base ingredients that were used for Depression Pie were kind of similar to the ones that are now used for very popular costly pies. That are those like transparent pies that come with the essence of a fruit.
Yeah.
Because basically the Depression Pie was just like the pie crust, water, sugar, and gelatin. That's it.
So,
I get.
It's not, because the ones that have the clear translucent, I know which one you're talking about. That is actually like, that's a whole scientific explosion that'll take me like 15 minutes to explain. But the biggest issue with water pie, because I've tried water pie, I've done the apple one with the Ritz crackers, I've done the wacky cake, I've done a couple because I have a lot of historical cookbooks, and I go, let's try something else and ruin my kitchen.
Is it agar that is like the more recent?
So it's what they basically, for what I've seen is with pumpkin pie. It's the translucent pumpkin pie is what I've seen. So what they do is they do the pumpkin puree and then run it through a filtering process with agar. But it's filtered and filtered and filtered and boiled out until it runs into nothing but clear. And it's run through a center, like I don't want to say the word centrifuge because it's probably the wrong word, but it's run through something that's usually used to separate blood.
That's a centrifuge.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's run through the centrifuge and it's separated until it's just clear. It's insanely wild, and then it's boiled down with the agar and then put into the pie crust. The biggest issue with water pie
to just get it to do that.
It's a fad.
Yeah, it seems like more bragging rights to like all the complex things, the complex science we had to do to make this pie, but it tastes kind of the same as like regular ingredient pie.
So it's like Crystal Pepsi.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing with the popping bubbles. So like yes, the food caviar. It's scientists that have come in and it because there's culinary arts and then there's food science.
and they kind of intermingle, but they also stand on their own. A lot of times with food science, they kind of go, ha, look what I can do. Oh, listen, when I had to step into that lab at school, that was wild. The students that walk into that lab too, that like they're there 24/7. Like I would walk in because I need like an ingredient for my class, and they just be like, "Hello, have you considered trying this and this?" And it's like, I can't pronounce what you're about to hand me. Excuse me. I looked at, I didn't know this about xylitol. This is why I went to school. But I was developing a recipe for a diabetic-friendly ice cream. And I walked in there. I was like, listen, my professor told me to come here that you guys have a substitute for sugar that is not a Splenda and it's not like sugar. He's like, yes, here's xylitol. You know what else you could do with this? And I had to sit there for 20 minutes and listen to this professor.
Isn't that the sweetener that's in gum now? The sugar-free gum?
Yes, it's actually very, very good for diabetics. It doesn't cause like that ickiness that Splenda does. It's actually, it's very good. I like, if I could get my hands on it again, I would. It's hard to get though sometimes. I think it's become easier, but tracking back. Sorry, my ADD kicked in. The water.
Okay, I'm just sitting here eating a piece of jam on bread.
There's a super chat for you, Toomey.
Yeah.
What?
There's a super chat, which I'm going to interpret as for you, Toomey.
What does it say?
Just look at chat.
I can't.
It says Ryan Hartwell gives $5. Says I recommend making butterscotch cinnamon pie. Make it everything. So I'm giving $4.
I'm gonna go. Wait, I need to write that down. Butterscotch cinnamon pie.
Paul Diggs says Tracy, we hope to see you at a FurryCon again. Yeah, I hope I will be back at them now that COVID is less of a concern, and once we finish the film, of course, I'll have
Tracy,
that.
Come to
show,
Further Confusion.
So.
Come with me to Further Confusion.
No, I cannot. I cannot travel right now. But yeah. At some point, once the film is out, I'll probably make my way to some conventions. And honestly, furry conventions are always like the best experience I have at conventions.
They're so fun.
Like,
if you've never been to a furry convention, go to one of the better known ones.
Yeah, the people are just nice and welcoming. They support independent creators because the con is all about independent creators. It's not like those big Comic-Cons where you are shuffled off into a dark corner while like the movie stars are paraded around.
You don't have to be a furry. Like, just go in there just to check out the art because like it is really fun and funny. Like, there's the weird shit that you find, but also like the amazing art that you find, and it's all really unique and individual.
And Jagan recommends Wendell and Wild as well. We're on the topic of animation. Yeah, I've been wanting to see that. Might need to get somebody on the crew who has Netflix to like stream it for us.
Nudge.
Yeah.
No. I have Netflix.
Well, maybe we can watch it later. But yeah, I've been meaning to see that. It looks very cool. Like by the guy who actually directed Nightmare Before Christmas, not Tim Burton.
Hin Weber says, what scene are you animating right now?
The first one. Literally the first scene.
Jagan asks, or says, whoa, that smooth animation. What's your frame rate?
It's 24 frames per second. This is a mix of mostly 2s. I think there might be... Yeah, there's a 2 with some holds, and on the holds I'm going to throw on settles. Right now I'm just trying to tie down the majority of him. I've yet to finish the lip sync and the tail. And the hat also, like I said, it needs like a settle here and there. The violin needs to be etched in there and his hands. But it's really close to done, and I'm determined to stay up until this thing is done. So
for those who don't know, animating on 2s means you're working on 24, but you're drawing every second frame.
That's pretty typical.
Yep.
Alien says, are you guys animating a short or like a whole series? So this is a short film. It's not very short. It's actually pretty long for a short film, but it's a It's a short film, and we would like to do a series if possible, but we don't know yet if that's feasible because that costs a lot of money. So
We're working on the logistics.
Yeah, but we're trying. We're looking for ways to make it possible. So.
Ghost Poop says, "Hey, I'm struggling to know how to make comic panels. What's your strategy for getting around them?"
I think of the page as a singular composition. So I think consider the flow of motion or action or even just speech bubbles, taking your eyes from the beginning to the end point. You may also be doing something that's more mobile friendly, so it's just completely vertical, in which case, you could style it for those purposes and take advantage of kind of the infinite vertical space you have to work with. It's kind of a different thing depending on what format you're working in. But yeah, think of it as one entire composition. It's not just individual panels as individual pieces of art. It's that, but it's also one picture. And so when you think of it also as another layer of the art form on top of the individual panel art you're doing, it kind of becomes more fun. At least for me, when it's a challenge to also think about how the panels fit what's happening. So you might have big establishing shots that takes up most of the page, and then you might have more intimate shots that zoom in on characters' faces and they're in smaller panels, or you might have a lot of action happening, in which case you might tilt the panels in certain directions or make them broken shards, or you could just have so much fun and do so many things with it. You can make it look like portraits hang on a wall or something, and each frame is a picture frame, or there's just so many things you can do. It's just kind of a clever you can use it like a clever storytelling, visual storytelling element.
I like to think about if you were to remove all the art and only see the frames, can you get the sense of the story just from that?
Right. And it's not something you get around. It's something you incorporate and
yeah.
It might be a chore at first, and you're but it's sort of drawing backgrounds. A lot of artists oh, I just want to draw the characters. I don't want to draw the background. It's a chore. But when you start thinking of it as a character itself, as an element of the story, with a story written in its visual depiction, then it becomes more fun. And I would just look at what other comics do and kind of just take mental notes or take actual notes or just save those things into a folder and look at it for inspiration and be yeah, I can actually do some really interesting stuff here. I could have a whole half a page just taken up by somebody's face or just them standing there in front of other panels. You still have to make it the challenge is also making it read in the correct order and be coherent. But yeah, have fun with it, because it is part of the fun of making comic is inventive panel layouts and inventive panel shapes. You can do 4 square comics, but you can also do something so much more interesting than that. Thanks for nuking those, Nox.
YouTube was actually doing a better job of those than usual.
Oh,
yeah, they're not as common as they used to be. Thanks,
yeah,
YouTube.
And this is a completely new one, and the autofilter actually got them. So
wow, nice.
Cool.
Guess they're getting their act together.
Yeah. Well, it would make their streaming service unusable, so...
Steve says, does anyone remember a CG animated film called Kaze Ghost Warrior? Yes, I remember that. It was such a big deal in the furry community.
Oh, now that's a thing we should look up.
Yeah.
That's another one. Okay, we gotta watch Kaze Ghost Warrior tonight.
Yeah. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere, I would think.
They've asked this question a couple times, but Race Mac asks, is Ivy a flapper or a vamp? And they also ask which characters are flappers or vamps.
I mean, I don't think there's necessarily a completely, binary delineation between the two. I think Ivy's more flapper than anything, just looking to have fun. But that might be interpreted as vampy to somebody. So I don't know. I guess it depends on how you interpret her motivations. But
do you want to detail?
Depends how scared you are of women.
Yeah.
So it's vamp versus flapper. What do these terms mean?
What was that?
Say that again?
I said vamp versus flapper. What do these terms mean? Because not everybody knows this.
Oh, well, a flapper is the term, the kind of actually pejorative term, really, for like a young woman in the 20s who was like more liberated than her predecessors were in like the Edwardian and Victorian eras, where she was wearing much shorter cut like dresses, smoking in public, drinking publicly, dancing, and flapping your limbs around. They call them flappers mostly because of the way when they dance, like you just like flail around, basically, compared to like the kind of ballroom dancing and like, that sort of like much more formal dancing that people had done before, which even then like was considered scandalous. Like ragtime dancing even was like, older generations freak out about it. But the 20s was like this whole other like just level of free for all, kind of like a sexual revolution before the sexual revolution of the 20s, or the 60s rather. It was like the 1920s. And so it was like a thing to call a woman if you were kind of like trying to insult her, but then they just kind of like owned it and they were just like, yeah, I'm a flapper, like fuck you, like smoke a cigarette, sort of like
girls were cool. It was awesome.
Yeah. And a vamp is generally like, kind of like the femme fatale sort of someone who's vampirish, kind of like looking to get something out of somebody, using their wiles or whatever. But also kind of, misogynistic, because we just live in a very misogynistic culture that never trust.
They're just making like
mistrusting of women. Like
they're just making ladies seem like really awesome. Oh man, they dance and flap around and like they're all like independent and know what they want. Like, jeez.
Yeah.
Can you believe this?
If she's attractive, then she must be like predatory or something, or and if she's having fun, she's a freaking whore flapping her limbs around, and it's like it's like the virgin whore shit that you get, like women can't be a complex thing, and they're either this or that, and they're out to get you, whatever they're doing. They're not to be trusted, those lady brains. So but then you own it, so you're just like, yeah, I'm flapping around, I'm having fun.
I think you should gaslight people and tell them vamp and flapper are two different families of bats.
Yeah, a vamp flapper, it's just a bat.
Yeah. Ishmael asks, what would Catwoman look like in Lackadaisy?
I don't know.
A cat?
Just like Felix the guy. Just be like a woman.
There should be a monkey.
Woman.
Should be a cat that dresses as a monkey.
Monkey woman. I want that superhero, monkey woman.
Monkey woman. I want a monkey woman. This is the superhero we need. Monkey woman. Swinging through the cheese. But she's got like a spider monkey kind of aesthetic going on. So it's just really goofy looking. But this is this tall,
limbs are really, really, really long.
Really, really long. She has like full lipstick, and her goggles like make her look like she has like long mascara eyelashes, but it's on a face that looks kind of like a monkey. That's just her mask shape.
Yes, please.
What is her superpower?
It's not done yet. Monkeying around. What else? Being a cheeky monkey.
Perfect.
Jagan asks, anyone have one character that they despise in any fictional movie or show?
Despise? It's more like just what movies or shows have given me a headache, but if we're talking like favorite villain, that's like a different thing.
I think they mean like characters that you actively dislike.
Just sit there and be like, what category? I need to think of more than just like, who is bad to you is not a question I can answer, because that's not how I think about the things usually. It's like
I tend to not to. I don't really have like strong emotions about it at all, but I tend to not like chosen one characters. I just don't like that trope. Yeah.
I don't like characters who are the bully just to be the bully. Like they're
Caillou.
yeah, where they're
Good
just
answer.
mean and like nobody ever reacts to the meanness as anything other than "oh, you guy," and it's like, but he's saying like really hurtful things though.
Yeah, it's not. It's like.
Yeah.
I don't think there's characters so much that I hate so much as I hate like the framing of them as like the Sherlock, like the BBC Sherlock thing, like where he was initially introduced as an unlikable character. Like people didn't like him because his personality was off-putting, and it made him doing his thing hard. But then it like the show like veered off into this thing where everybody was actually in love and obsessed with him instead, and everything revolved around them being obsessed with him and loving him, and it was just kind of like, but he was supposed to be an off-putting character. Like why are we? And he treats them all like shit. But then they love him, and it's just like
Tracy's very mad about Sherlock Holmes.
So it's like, why if you're gonna stick with him being an unlikable character and make that part of it, like that'd be so interesting that he's trying to do his job and he's got all these people he actually cares about, but he doesn't know how to treat them well, and so it causes all these problems for him. But instead, they make them all want to fuck him.
Are we talking about
because he's abusing them? Like why?
Are we talking about the Benedict Cumberbatch one?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I have the solution for you, Tracy. Is I need you to watch Elementary. It is literally the polar opposite of BBC Sherlock.
Yeah.
It has Lucy Liu in it also. She plays Holmes.
Yeah.
And there is no romance between them as far as I remember. Or if
she plays Watson.
She plays Watson. It's great. It's Holmes is the story of basically like Sherlock Holmes is an AA. He's actually trying to be a better guy and like facing up to this fact that he used to regard his misery as being his secret weapon, but he's trying to undo that. So it's the story about Sherlock Holmes trying to get healthy, and that Watson is actually really, really smart.
He's trying to break out of his character trope.
Yeah, that Lucy Liu is actually Watson.
Yeah, that sounds more interesting to me. And like somebody's mentioning House. I'm like, I only ever saw a few episodes of House. I never watched it. Like, never committed to watching it. But I have heard like about how it's basically the same trope. It's like, oh, he's a misunderstood genius and he has man pain, so let him abuse you and also be in love with him.
I think House is smarter than that. Like they actually react to him being an asshole. They're not.
It's not everybody is in love with House. He does go like through a lot of like lady characters, but like he has a pretty consistent relationship with Cuddy, who is the head of the hospital. If anything, it's more like, how is this man still allowed to practice medicine? Is the real question. But Hugh Laurie is actually amazing at playing like that specific kind of asshole, but in a way where he's really interesting. It's basically he's being an asshole because he is a guy who is so deeply hurt by his passion for people. Like that's why he became a doctor in the first place. That he has to put up these guardrails around him basically and not let anybody in because he doesn't want to deal with it. Like he'll talk up a big game about like not giving a crap, but then he's actually paying more attention to his patients and like is more intuitive about their needs than anybody else. My main criticism of House is that all the characters around House, particularly his after they get rid of the initial 3 doctors that he works with and they just give him like a bunch of students, it was a fun change up, except that everything just became like went back to the same tropes that the characters were in before. Basically, it's like, oh yeah, we got new characters now, and so it felt like not much actually changed.
Okay, so I may be off base on House, but that's
House
just like things
did it well.
Things
but
I've heard about it. It may be more like the fan reaction to it, where people like give the character things that I've seen happen with like Breaking Bad and Mad Men and everything, where it's like this character is awful, and people are like seem to be getting the wrong message and like idolizing them instead of like pointing out like, that's not like the whole point of the show is this is not the way to be.
all right, Tracy, Katie or Tomb?
The world reacts to them the way that it's like naturally meant to. Like if a character is a shitty person, I like watching that as long as everyone acknowledges that they're a shitty person, because otherwise if not, then I kind of question what the perspective is supposed to be, or like
exactly. Yes. I love shitty characters. That's the thing. That's why it's hard for me to say.
Like I love The Sopranos, I love Mad Men, but I really like chafed at the people who were like, oh, I love Mad Men because it's about like when men were men and women were women, and I'm like, the show is criticizing that so hard. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like Breaking Bad is one of my favorite TV shows ever, and the fan reaction, everybody just like tearing Skylar apart, made me so uncomfortable because I'm like, but she's right though.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, no, it's totally okay.
But like, she's not in the wrong.
Yeah, it's like, no, it's totally okay, Walter. You can go ahead and threaten the lives of, like, our sons and new baby and mine and, like, our well-being and get into the drug business. It's fine. I will both not get in your way, but also help you. But only when you say so and it's convenient for you in a way that doesn't threaten you at all. That's the Skylar they wanted. And I'm like, there's, like, that would be a doormat of a character. And the great thing about Breaking Bad... Yeah.
Responds in such a robotic way.
Yeah.
I like that
she's a person. Yeah.
She's an interesting character with like morally gray and stuck in a bad situation, and she handles it well considering. But like,
she ends up better at the crime thing than
hate
Walter.
She got for like being an impediment to Walter's like ascendance to awfulness. Like just let
him be a drug lord. Jeez.
Also, I apologize for starting this out by going, I don't have any strong feelings, and then proceeding to scream at you all.
Well, that's why I was like, Tracy, we need to add to this material. We got so much. But
Tracy, I just sent you an hour and 40-minute takedown of the Sherlock show. I really appreciate.
Nice. Oh, I think I've actually seen that. Seen this is an H-Bomber guy.
Yeah, but I highly recommend anybody who wants to watch something that's like a different kind of Sherlock Holmes. Elementary. It is seriously. It's a really good police procedural. Basically,
it's by the Dr. House people.
Yes,
I have actually a recommendation. It's not Sherlock Holmes directly, but it's Sherlock Holmes linear. So it's on Netflix. I will literally give you my account to watch it, Tracy.
No. Are you talking about Enola?
We don't.
No. I love Enola Holmes. I will say that, but no, it's not. Sadly, it is a series that was canceled by Netflix. I'm really upset by that. Maybe depending on how Tracy feels, maybe it's just I have bad taste in things. But it's called The Irregulars. So it's a group of misfits that Watson hires to deal with cases that he does not want to deal with.
Oh, link me. Definitely.
I totally will. And it has more spooky vibes in it. It's got like underground supernatural type, and Sherlock is an absolute rager of an asshole. And he's sitting there like, and they play him like a drug addicted, like you feel bad for him. You're like, wow, look how far you've fallen. Like you kind of sit there. You're like, wow, I like this choice.
See, I want that. Yes, yeah. Give me a full asshole experience.
Like you feel bad because it is a drug addicted, like down, like desperate Sherlock. And there's no redeeming except for like maybe he was redeemable in the past, not redeemable now. But it's like, oh wow, this is nice. But it's a fun show, and I'm very upset when we finished it. Me and Boo were like, oh, next season, and then I went and Googled to see where season 2 was, and I found out it was canceled. And I am very sad about that. But I will link you.
People were asking about, because we're on the topic, I just wanted to ask about Better Call Saul, and yes, I would love to see that. I've heard great things about it. I like Bob Odenkirk as an actor. I haven't watched it though. Like I saw like the first half of the first season, and then it fell off for me because I just got too busy with this stuff, I haven't watched anything regularly in a long time. I actually canceled all of my streaming subscriptions because I just wasn't using any of them. So, but I'll get back to stuff later, and Better Call Saul's like top of my list. So, anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna point out the super chat that's there if you want to get.
Oh, hey Ryan, thank you again. You've been very generous. Ryan says Rick Sanchez is practically my least favorite character. The show constantly frames him and his philosophy as right, at least in the early seasons. Yeah, I think they've since caught on. Maybe.
Yeah, they have somewhat.
There's a bit of a toxic fandom, and that they were, framing him as being correct for being like, cynical and mean-spirited and and everything. And each time, everybody who like cared was wrong for caring. I think like South Park had a lot of that problem for a while too, but they seem to have like maybe realized that. And BoJack, even the first season of BoJack came across that way to me, and then they like changed it up. I don't know if they planned that or if they just realized that they were writing that like same character again, and then they just made it about no, actually you're awful, and you just feeling bad about it doesn't fix it.
Breaking Bad was intended to be like a comedy, and then it just kind of also went off the rails. Like the writers found a different story as they were going.
Yeah, I've heard actually like The Sopranos started out as an intended comedy too, like where the guy couldn't juggle his family life with the mob life, and it was like called Red Sauce or something initially. It was like.
If I can also like rant a bit against that, I personally am like has ruined a lot of shows for me. I don't watch a lot of like actual live action shows, but I watch a hell of a lot of anime and cartoons. And one of the things that bothers me to hell and back about anime specifically are isekais and harem animes where the blandest, most idiotic, selfish trick gets all the love interest and all the girls.
Okay, yeah, no, I hate that. I hate that.
For him.
You're reminding me. It's like all my least favorite characters are in like a lot of romance stories. Like the archetypes are just so aggravating. I'm like, these are real people. Ah! Oh, I'm echoing through somebody. What's going on?
Yeah, I hear the echo too.
Yeah.
Let me mute myself. Is it me? Maybe.
Blah 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 blah. Okay, no, I think it was Tracy. It's got a bit sensitive. Anyway, sorry about that. Yeah, like I hate a lot of romance archetypes because the characters are so frequently just like assholes, and the whole goal is like just like getting a first kiss or being boyfriend girlfriend or whatever. And I'm like, but relationships like the interesting things are like after that. Like anyway. I'm going on a tangent, sorry.
No, for me, what's really like annoying about this specifically, that I've seen a lot of people that take this as an example of, you can be this way, and you're still gonna get all the girls, and that they're not really confused when they're actual assholes towards girls and treat them as objects that they can just, acquire and collect, as if they're figurines of their favorite, like, anime girls. And get really confused and bitchy over the fact that the girls don't want to be with them. Just can't stand. And some of the shows that I find that have really good, like, female characters that I'm like, would be so much more interesting if you just get rid of the guy. Fate, specifically the whole, like, series of Fate, is one of those shows where the female characters are so interesting. I really liked it as a kid, but when I tried to watch one of the newest versions, I just realized what a shitty, stupid character Shiro is. And I could not stand, like, seeing him, and as much as I love,
Hello?
Kari?
You cut out there.
Yeah. My internet might be going weird. But yeah, it's frustrating to hell and back that they put these really interesting, like, female characters with this, and still expect, like, us to like him. Like, these shows are specifically not likable for a lot of women I've seen, because they're like, this guy is just not doing it for me. And I personally there's a couple of them that are super popular that my brother really likes. I think the one that annoys me the most is one that's called Rent a Girlfriend. The main character is so annoying.
Excuse me?
Oh my god.
Oh, I think I've heard of this. Like, didn't Mother's Basement talk about this one?
Oh yeah, Basement talked about that one. He had made a whole roast about that one.
Oh man,
it's hilarious how well he picks it apart. It's awful. I wanted to watch it because the animation and the style of the character is really good, and my brother recommended it to me.
Oh
even
no.
though I don't really like arms, and I was thoroughly disappointed, and came out hating the genre even more than what I did when I entered it. So yeah.
Yeah, I kind of found it really... People were talking about Fire Force, but then I sat down and watched it, and I was just like, I'm just really tired of watching this one character just get assaulted over and over again, and, like, the show thinks that's super funny. It's like, this is kind of frustrating to watch. I think maybe this just isn't for me, so... As gorgeous as it was, yeah.
I like Spy X Family.
Oh, Spy Family is so good! I love Spy Family. That one's amazing.
Spy Family's amazing. Yes.
Yes.
That's one that people keep telling me to watch as well.
It's so good.
Wholesome.
It's so good. It's so wholesome.
It's
like,
very
it's
chill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the characters all really likable. I've seen people that say that they don't like Anya because they say that she's really annoying, and they make reference to another show with another kid.
She's 4 years old. What do they want?
She's a 4-year-old. What are you expecting? And they're like, oh, I just think that she's annoying and she's stupid. I'm like, she's 4. What, like, it's totally normal for a 4-year-old not to know how to read a freaking clock.
Dude, you're reminding me of, like, all the anime that have been coming out where it's like, look, we have a surrogate daughter now. And she's, like, just a doll or, like, a plaything. It's really weird. Like, really, really weird. Like, it's like, this isn't how children act. Like, what is this? It's like your perfect daughter who never has any issues. She always comes running to you, and, you know, she cries lightly, but she's also amazing at school, and everybody loves her, but she's just so humble. I'm just like, what is this weird fantasy? It's like, kids
I've never seen a child like that before.
Yeah, what is this, like, perfect child? What?
The only child that I saw that was somewhat mature, but that I could still believe, was Dororo from the anime Dororo, because it was basically a child that was like both their parents died, and they ended up in the street alone. And they had to fend for themselves for a couple of years before they meet the main character, and you would understand why they're so street, because they had to be in order to, like, get by. But with Anya, that was basically just passing from family to family. It's understandable why she would still have the
I mean, she's, like, so young.
She's 4 years old, and I mean, who here has spent significant?
Ooh, uh-oh. Kari, can you hear us?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, because you keep cutting out.
Nox,
Yeah.
why don't we try to tackle some questions?
Yeah.
We gotta try and keep it brief. Everybody's having fun chatting, which is great, but we do want to answer some questions. So let's try and.
Sure. Ghost asks, what is the most influential show / movie? Which one impacted you the most?
Influential show movie? Probably Sopranos and Deadwood probably influenced me the most. I just saw them at like a formative point in my life, and it affected my writing and things like that, I think. Don't know if anyone else.
From the sheer amount of time I've spent in the community of it, I'm gonna say Lackadaisy.
Aw.
Same, to be honest.
Fable, did you have any answer for that? Or?
Yeah, Lion King. That got me into
definitely.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. I was like, wait, movies can be complicated? I mean, and that might sound silly, except I was 6 at the time, and this was like the most adult movie I'd ever seen.
I mean, yeah, when you're a kid, that's... Yeah.
And it made me go like, wait a second, Scar lied to Simba. He's he's doing a scheme, and I just got really excited at the idea. It's like, oh, this character is a bad guy. That's really fun. Yeah. Yeah. It's like Simba feels guilt. Oh, what? You know. So. Go ahead.
To say something different from Lackadaisy, because to be honest, yeah, I kind of agree with Knox over here. But the 100-foot journey came at a time where it was really, really helpful for me because it made me feel better about kind of where I was in life. I don't know if anybody here has seen it, but it long story short, they're an immigrant family that find their way into a little French village. They're an Indian family, and they try to open a restaurant like they did in India, and they're figuring it out. But the main character, he knows how to cook Indian food, but he doesn't really know how to cook anything else. But he has a talent, he has a passion. And the woman from the Michelin star restaurant across the street, 100 feet away, and it's an adult man learning how to cook traditionally and properly. And it's basically the whole mentality that put yourself and keep your integrity, but you can still learn kind of message. And it came at a very necessary time for me. So, yeah. So, yeah.
Sounds like a good interesting film.
I like it.
Nice.
Yeah,
that sounds lovely.
Check that out.
All right, next question.
Steve says, speaking of movies set in space, thoughts on the film The Martian?
I have opinions.
Oh, okay, this sounds good. All right, Newt, go. I don't even care what my opinion is. I want yours.
So, I'm going to say first and foremost, the book, fantastic. A very long read with a lot of math, and I loved it. When I saw the movie was getting made, I was delighted. Because I thought, cool, we're going to get a really nice adaptation of this. They have a good director, good cast. No, the movie is bullshit. I'm also going to add the addendum. It's actually a delightful movie on its own merits. It's a little wishy-washy on some of the more technical aspects of it, but it's a nice popcorn flick, good space movie, all in all, handles most of the things kind of realistically. The last 30 minutes is awful. But no, so my ideal adaptation of The Martian would have been near a 1-to-1 with the book, but no one would watch it because it'd be a 3.5 to 4 hour long Lord of the Rings-esque movie of just a lot of hard math for a while. And
they had to make it
so boring to the normal person.
Yeah, they had to make it like consumable to a broader audience, and so they dumbed it down, I'm sure, in a sense, or at least removed a lot of the math.
I got a suggestion for you.
Is limitations up for me to give a non-plot significant spoiler?
Go ahead.
How long's The Martian been out?
It's been out long enough. It's
years.
fine.
God, it was what, 2013, 2015, something like that. I don't know.
There's a bit at the end where he's not quite able to get from the little pod he took off into the space station where he's trying to get. So in the book, it's handled very tactfully with a whole extravehicular suit system and hook and rope and whatnot, and held very realistically. In the movie, he stabs holes.
Oh yeah, I was
the
just like,
palms
what?
of his hand and the palms of his gloves, so that the air going out can be used as like a pseudo jetpack thing.
It's
So
like
he
you're still gonna miss that spaceship. It's going a
fly
lot
over
faster than you.
Yep.
As soon as I was with it until that moment, and I checked out right there.
Chat saying
at the
the
end.
director's cut is better than the theatrical cut.
I have never seen the director's cut.
Oh, I want to see that now. I got a suggestion for you, Newt. Have you? This is book suggestion. Have you heard of Greg Egan?
It's ringing distant bells.
Okay, so he writes very hard sci-fi that gets heavy into math, and it's stuff like the story of, it's called Diaspora, and it has a short story.
That's ringing slightly closer.
Have you heard of
bells.
Wings Carpets? That short story. Wings Carpets?
No, I've heard of Diaspora. I've not heard of...
Okay, so in Diaspora, they adapted one of the stories that is called Wings Carpets, which appeared in like some sci-fi anthology. Anyway, the story of Wings Carpets is about some people going to look at some creatures that exist down on like the surface of a planet, and they are effectively two-dimensional creatures because the planet's gravity is so severe that they can't like really make use of the third dimension. It's just not practical.
They only evolved out, not up.
Yes. But what they find is that there's this complex mathematical network of like tessellated creatures on the surface of the planet, and they're just like, what are these things? Like, what is this? And they're just like, I don't know, it's incomprehensible. Maybe they're just like plants. But one of the guys figures out a formula to take the patterns that they see on the planet and translate it back into some sort of three-dimensional matrix, and the result is they find intelligent aliens, because these aliens are actually actively communicating with each other using the third dimension, but purely as a conceptual thing. It's just kind of bizarre. It's a really bizarre math. The guy also wrote another story, I forget the name of it, but the idea was that what if there was a universe where like mathematical coordinates were hyperbolic, and it was difficult to point your head like left or right in order to look that way, so you need to have a parasite in your head that can look north and south while you look east and west, and you can only move in a straight line, and you can't really go north or south without intense issues because it's effectively a rotation into a dimension that you're not locked into. Because you're living as if you are a one-dimensional creature, but you exist on a two-dimensional manifold in a 3D space. It is weird. It is really weird. This guy's website is just full of like his short stories and stuff, which are just like full of intense math, and you can find him on Twitter. If I look up Greg Egan.
Ismael, we do not discuss that movie here.
What movie?
Mars Needs Moms. We do not discuss that movie here.
There you go. I linked it for you, Newt, and everybody else in streaming chat, and for you guys, YouTube. If you are like, hey, I want to read something that is like impossible to parse out, just like conceptually this is so out there, and the world is built on like, what if this weird mathematical rule was like your actual physical reality? And then he writes a book around that.
Take a dip into some Hyperbolica.
Yeah, it's like Hyperbolica is soft compared to Greg Egan's entire writing thing. In fact, if the Hyperbolica guy teamed up with Greg Egan, you could probably have a really, really interesting story all about math.
God, now I wonder if the Hyperbolica guy can try and make a simulator to experience.
Oh my god, if anybody can get in touch with him, definitely somebody get in touch with him and be like, I need you to see this story this guy wrote where he pictures this kind of bizarre semi-hyperbolic world of just like one-dimensional beings confined to a two-dimensional manifold in a three-dimensional space that curves like an hourglass, where the world is constantly swimming into the reality. Like the universe is a torus and you're stuck on the center of the torus, but the torus is rotating and like four-dimensional space or something, so like the surface of the torus, which you are living on the inside of, is like constantly moving underneath your feet, but you can't look north or south to see anything oncoming. It's just like really fuzzy. Your perception, around you is so limited. And there is a sun that's traveling like on the inside of the torus that warms up everything, but it's like closer to the center of the inside of the torus. And it's just bizarre. It's just freaking bizarre. It's like, what am I reading? This whole thing. It talks about like if a structure like falls down, then because of the shape of the universe, like it suddenly becomes heavier and heavier and faster and faster. So, like, if you top over a tall object, it can cause an earthquake. And the tall object is not that tall.
Chat's asking you to repeat the name of it.
The name of this book is Dichronauts. 1 second, let me,
Also, thank you for the $2, Talons of Ice and Fire. Yes, this is Toon Boom.
Thank you, Talon.
Mm-hmm.
Good old Harmony 21.
But yeah, Greg Egan is not easy to read, but you will feel like you learned something. You're just struggling to picture whatever it is he's trying to describe to you in written form is a real brain buster, and I love it.
Questions. Let's.
Also, while we have a moment, I was gonna leave quietly while we were talking, but I do gotta step out.
Okay.
All right, take care, Nate.
All right. Good night, Newt. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you here, as always. Don't be a stranger.
Mm-hmm.
I won't try my best.
Drink water, eat food.
Artificial Idiot says, serious question, any advice for making storyboards? I'm currently thinking about making a movie show about an experienced burglar who got flight powers. No actions, no scenes, just drama. So, storyboard advice.
Just drama? I mean, you're still gonna have to think about, like, how to board for action, because if he's flying around, I assume you're gonna have to frame him in the camera somehow. You have to think about, like, how do you illustrate movement? Like, if you can find stories that reflect the kind of storytelling that you want to do, not just in terms of the written word, but the way that you experience the film itself. Sit down and study that film, like, watch it at least twice, back to back, and if you watch it the second time or, like, a third time, like, pick a scene at some point where you especially like, and it has a fairly clear editing style, and just every time the camera cuts, try to draw what you see onto a post-it note. With, like,
I know that's a very common exercise that a storyboard artist will do, is take films that are just notoriously well edited and do thumbnail sketches of the
different
shots in the film, you know, ranging from close-in shots on character faces to, you know, wide shots to, you know, mid-ground shots that have, like, full or half-body characters, or even just, you know, panning shots or whatever. Like, you can kind of just, like, even just use stick figures to do it and just get an understanding of, like, and camera angles, like, sometimes, you know, Dutch angles and, you know, overhead shots and things, like, when is that used? Why is that used? To what effect is that used? What mood is it complementing or, you know, emphasizing?
And when you do this exercise, it's going to make you very, very aware of all the cuts in a film, because I think before you start thinking about movies this way, when you watch a film, you are usually just, like, thinking about it as just, like, a purely, like, A to B thing where the movie starts and the movie ends. But you have to understand that somebody had to choose where to put the camera and when to cut between shots. And those two decisions are really hard to make work. And the exact timing and structure of all those things, like how things are composed in the frame and when you decide to cut from one frame to the next, the precise frame you do it is all an art form of its own. And, like, good editing you practically do not notice. Great editing you will notice, because they usually do something, like, kind of quirky, you know, like, let's say you're watching a superhero film and suddenly, like, these panels slide in. It's distinct enough that you notice. Or, like, there was some movie I was watching, I forget the name of it, but, like, there was suddenly a shot of an airplane landing and the camera was actually tilted on its side so that as the plane was landing, you could see, like, the full height, like, the distance of it, like, to the ground, but it was also supposed to signify something about, like, something awkward is coming. Was it Catch Me If You Can? It might have been something.
Maybe.
Yeah. And it's just so striking that it breaks your concentration for a moment, then you notice it. But good editing, you won't notice it at all. But that's what makes it great, because like you can understand what you are looking at and where characters are in space and time, and how they are moving relative to each other, how they are acting relative to each other, and
you might
you
might find something that's like coincides with what you're doing in terms of like maybe thematically or just genre wise or what have you. Like if you're doing animation, you might look at animation as examples, but you might look at live action for animation examples, because it's not relegated to like, well, animation is edited this way and live action is edited this way. But some films that like I know are popular for this kind of exercise are like Chinatown and Inception. Let's see, let me look at the list. Casablanca, obviously, Goodfellas, and The Godfather, Citizen Kane. I think pretty much anything Alfred Hitchcock, because his wife edited his films and she was amazing. Like she made his movies. Let's see, LA Confidential, The Sound of Music, Mulholland Drive. That'd be an interesting one. That'd be. But so I mean, but go out there and find like even just find a film that you like, and even if you don't quite get why you like watching it, doing that exercise might make it clear to you why you like it.
Like it doesn't have to be a lofty classic necessarily. It's just that those are good films to point to as these are good to study for those purposes. But I always say, definitely watch something you're actually going to be interested in. Don't just watch it to watch it, because if you're not interested in it, you're not going to be like learning that much, I think.
Like I mean, Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost Ark, that stuff is also on the list of like actually well edited stuff. So you know, it's not considered like highbrow cinema, but it's still
bad editing though. You can learn a lot from bad editing, because you will be like, this film is a jumble. I don't understand like what's going on, and bad editing.
There are definitely
is stuff
some like very entertaining YouTube videos about badly edited
Suicide Squad is a great example of a poorly edited film, and like you said, there's a YouTube video talking about that, and the guy like really breaks down in like excruciating detail why this isn't working, and it's not just about, you know, the writing's bad or like or the acting's bad or anything like that. It's that the film has a huge editing problem, where whatever script they came up with is not supported by how they made the film.
And that can make or break a movie. Like the it all comes together in the editing, or falls apart in the editing. Really, like a lot of films will film lots of extra footage that isn't needed, or film from different angles, and like have a whole bunch of just like detritus that ends up on the cutting room floor, because the editor has to pick out the parts that actually tell the story coherently and efficiently and well, you know, emotionally, and that's a whole art form in its own. So storyboarding is like, there's a lot to storyboarding. It's probably one of the most like requires probably like, you would say, I think storyboarding is probably like one of the higher like regarded like
it's one of the higher. It's one of the higher paid positions. It's basically in animation in particular, you are the equivalent of a cinematographer. Like you are the cameraman, more or less, and you work with the director and the script writer if you get a chance, if they are accessible. Depends on what's going on with this production. But anyway, that's a different story. You are working really closely with that person, or you are trying very desperately to interpret the script in such a way that everything they wrote can be made visual, and you're doing it from scratch. You are making the blueprint of the entire thing. It is an intensely demanding job that requires a lot of man hours to do. Like, it took us months to board each piece of this short. I think we spent like a year just on boarding, going over and over and over certain shots, even as we were getting certain things animated. And just like the more difficult some segment of the short, the more likely I was going to backburner it and get to it once we had figured out more smoother bits, just trying desperately to keep everything just going. Constantly keeping everything going. And boarding took a long time because while we had some initial rough boards, I had to go back in, and after doing an edit, I went, okay, this needs some adjustment, and I had to do revisions. And I was the only person doing revisions for the entire short, which is, without credits, going to be 23 minutes long. Yeah. And I was doing the editing. That was a lot of late nights.
Yeah. The revisions even were intense. Long meetings.
Some of the dumbest jokes started there.
Yeah. Also, some of the best ideas I think we had also came out of that. So
yeah, like Zib with 2 cigarettes.
Yeah. The Batmaning around.
The Batman.
Anyway, Nox, if we can maybe move on to the next question.
Well, we're going to be getting into a lot of questions that are quick. I expect you will answer quicker. So
okay, we'll try to be brief.
All right, so 2 questions from Christian. Do you like to read books, and do you like to read ghost stories?
Yes and yes.
I love books.
Yeah. I was...
If the previous conversation wasn't apparent, didn't make that apparent.
Yeah. I tend toward, like, horror stuff, but not, like... I don't know. I like psychological horror, or even, like, older horror stuff, but, like, Ursula Vernon has been writing horror novels that, well, under the name T. Kingfisher, has been writing novels that are about... They're basically retellings of, like, some classic things, like The Willows and... Yeah. And I think the most recent one is it The Fall of the House of Usher? Is like their latest one that they've done, but it's under a different title, like The Twisted Ones, and I think the latest one is like What Moves the Dead. But yeah, it's kind of a revisit to some Poe material, which I'm looking forward to reading. Read some of those over the summer; they were great. Definitely recommend. And read some other interesting horror over the summer too.
Nice.
But yeah, Between Two Fires, that was an interesting read. Yeah, that's I like horror, and I especially like ghost stories, but it's kind of hard to find like ghost story literature. That's I don't know.
I have some I can recommend you, but mine are all historical ghost stories pertaining to the... Because on vacation, I'll buy one of 2 things: a cookbook of the area and a ghost book of the area. So I get the ghost stories that pertain to that significant area, so you get to learn about...
Yeah, I like doing... It's silly, but I like doing the ghost tours of different places I visit, because it's just like a look at the cultural stuff and the history, and like a look at some cool old buildings and things. Like, I'm not really convinced of ghosts, but the stories are fun, and yeah, it's just an interesting angle to look at a city from. Is like, you know, what they talk with, like their after death culture.
How they grew. How they grew from like. I remember in Gettysburg, they told us like a story of like, oh yeah, somebody, you know, drowned in this river, and then blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, how did they process that drowning?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, how did it's so interesting to see how a town is affected, and the cultures and traditions that they gain, and what they believe happens afterward too. It's, I think, beautiful.
Yeah. So it's pretty much like a tradition with me. Like any new city I visit that I haven't been to before, I do like ghost tour. Like immediately sign up for ghost tour. So
yeah, I do the same. The only one I've ever been disappointed in, ironically enough, is Philadelphia.
No ghosts in Philadelphia, I guess. Or maybe maybe they just don't grieve in Philadelphia. People die and they're just like, well, all right.
No.
Ghosts don't go there. It's too boring.
It's too normie in Philadelphia. They couldn't take it.
You'd think there'd be so many. Like, I heard the ghost stories of Eastern Penn and all that, but during the ghost tour, they were like, oh yeah, so they had people that were on a spike here, just like Vlad, and then they go off on Vlad the Impaler, and I'm like, Vlad the Impaler
that has nothing to do with Pennsylvania. That's This isn't Transylvania, excuse me. Yeah, that's a shame. But I remember going on a pretty fun one there in Philadelphia. That was.
Oh, I'm gonna have to. If I ever go back, I'll call you up and be like, "Which one did you go on, Tracy?"
How they have so many like old cemeteries there and old houses from back when it was like the capital of the
And
young
Franklin's
country.
buried there. Like, how do we not have a ghost story with Ben Franklin? Like, hello. Oh,
yeah. Anyway, next question.
Alright, I'm booping this one to the front of the line because I can. Philip asks a semi-serious question. What's the deal with the happy face on the olive on the signed Lackadaisy posters?
That's Brad.
Well, I think somebody put him up to it. I think somebody asked him to do that, and he committed to it by gum.
By doing it to everybody, because he had no control over where it goes, so...
Yeah. So yes, he drew faces on every single signed poster from the film poster. Brad, by the way, is Nick's voice, and he's a very funny guy, so... Yeah, there's a martini. Mitzi has a martini glass in the poster in case like the context is entirely like what, and in the glass there's an olive, and Brad put a face on every olive. So yeah.
It's so
waiting
cute.
for mine. Excited.
Your olive?
My poster.
We mailed out individually signed olives. Yeah.
Spaghetti and Animator asks, Lackadaisy, have you seen Inside Job?
I have
yes.
not. It looks like something I would enjoy. I just don't have it's on Netflix, right? I just ditched Netflix for a while ago, though.
I think season 2 is coming out.
Yeah, I've been seeing season 2. Yeah, but maybe we can watch it in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something to watch. But yeah, definitely looks like it'd be my flavor of thing. But yeah, like I said, I just haven't had time to just like devote to sitting and watching things lately, so I don't and haven't in a while. It's not because they're for lack of like things to watch or things that are worthy, it's just lack of time.
Hey Jay.
Hey Jay.
Hey Jay.
I'm just gonna sit here quietly.
Okay. No pressure to perform.
Okay, I'm thinking I might switch over to doing painting soon, because I really want to share the paint set that I got for my birthday. I love this company. I think more people need to know about it. This is not sponsored, by the way. Although if they want to give me free shit, that's great. But I'm not expecting it. It's just that I've just been getting really back into traditional media, and I think it's always fun to just kind of play with your art supplies, basically. So sometimes I just sit down and just to relax all the art supplies that I have, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just like test out this paint and see what it can do. I'm gonna do a little experimental piece and paint over some old sketches, and it's very relaxing. It keeps me sharp, so I figured I'd share that with people, because usually my Saturdays are my day off. So
before you do that, let's get a picture of like what the animation's looking like so far, and so I can all see.
Sure.
Also,
progress.
Jay, thank you for being my mute shield right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say like you're being muscled out there, Nox, by Arioso, the Star Trek cat.
Oh, haha.
I guess we need to modify the layout here.
Oh. I don't know, that seems like a cat thing to me.
It is very a cat thing, but...
1 second, let me,
Oh, I need to go see this now. Hold on. Let me take...
Just so you know, guys, animating the hat brim is the biggest pain in the ass in the world, and Fable's been muscling through it there.
There, now you're his little boy.
Like a champ.
It's me and my friend.
Oh god.
Just put him on top of his head. There you go.
Let's see. His cat stack. Stack of cats.
Steve Chisnall says, has anyone in this Voice Call seen the Sonic the Hedgehog movies? I have not seen them, no.
The first one, yeah, I watched it. It was okay, I guess. I have not seen the second one. I heard it was better, so. But I haven't really gone out of my way to go see it either. Okay, let's see. So I need to
Handsome, fluid boy, Fable.
I'm glad you like him. I put a lot of time and energy into that ass, so I want everybody to appreciate it.
Oh.
So yeah, while that plays, I'm just setting up the my watercolors. So if I'm quiet, that's why. I'll let you know when I am ready.
I mean, if you're quiet, you're either setting something up or you're dead.
Yeah, I am setting something up. Not dead yet, though. Yeah. Getting food or going to the bathroom or getting what? I take care of myself, I do. Or I pass out on the floor, which also happens.
Who has water? Who has eaten today?
I have water.
I have eaten, but I do not have water.
Hydrate.
That would require me getting up, and I have a page and a half of questions to get through.
That's valid, never mind. I'll throw water at you next time.
Okay. Ghost Poop says, on the topic of downplaying the emotions within a story, would you say by putting a fool in tragedy it becomes a comedy and the lesson of sadness is lost?
I don't think tragedy and comedy are mutually exclusive. I think, in fact, they complement each other quite well.
Yeah.
In fact, I think some of the most poignant films I can recall seeing, or poignant things I've read, have been a mixture of comedy and tragedy, or thereabouts. So,
greatest works.
Yeah, the things I tend to remember are things that make me feel emotions, and both of those emotions just can jive together. Like, and I don't know what it's often attributed to different people, but the quotation about what is it? Time plus tragedy equals comedy. Sort of like the distance from it kind of makes it funnier because you lose the, I suppose, twinge of direct sadness. But yeah, tragedy plus time.
Yeah.
And I think that holds true in part, but I think it's also even without the time. I think it's just a matter of like where you're standing when the tragedy happens, as sort of your proximity to it. Not that I'm advocating for like laughing at somebody's pain, but it's sort of. Sorry, go ahead, Tomb.
No. And ironically, I heard it yesterday. Tragedy is when something bad happens to you. Comedy is when it happens to somebody else.
Yes, I suppose. That explains all of like most of the feelings that most of us are having about Twitter lately.
I mean, we have our reasons for that one.
I mean, that's kind of a tragic comedy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Steve asks, can we get Fable and Tracy's thoughts on The Iron Giant?
Excellent, underrated film, I think.
Yeah.
I think people appreciate it now more than they did when it came out, which is a shame because it deserved a better reception when it came out. I think it was like kind of considered a box office failure because I don't know what else was coming out around it. Probably some Disney thing competed with it and beat it out. It might have been a Toy Story film or something, Pixar film. But yeah, it's one of the best 2D animated films, I think, just kind of hands down.
It's fantastic. Oh my god.
Tight script, like meaningful, emotional. Like you get attached to the characters. Just concise storytelling done well. Didn't have to be any longer than it was. It's just
Yeah. Yep. Good comedy as well. Like it balanced everything.
Yep. Definitely was funny too. Dean is forever the best. Character. But yeah.
Dean, we rewatched it recently. He's so relatable now as an adult.
Yeah, he's very relatable. And he's an artist, so
yeah.
Artificial Idiot says, "What about animated shows? My recent favorite is Moral Oral." I guess that was what would be your favorite animated shows or influential?
BoJack Horseman is certainly up there. I've watched that many times. Required multiple viewings because there was a lot to dissect there, and it was all just handled so well. I think starting around season 3, it just got really, really good. Like the writing just got like so damn good. I mean, it started out pretty funny. Like first season was mostly comedy, and then it just got a bit deeper in the weeds with the characters and who they were and where they came from and everything, and started exploring that sort of like generational trauma stuff. And since then, a lot of other animated stuff has also dealt with generational trauma, which that's cool. But yeah, I think BoJack was one of the early examples where they did that, and it just kind of like was eye-opening about certain things in my own life. Just meant a lot. Good stuff. Trying to think of other things. I just haven't watched much recently, so I don't have a lot to comment on. But yeah, if anybody else has answers, go ahead and throw them in.
I haven't been watching things either.
Watching things? That's a thing?
Yeah. Retsuko is very good too. Yeah, definitely enjoying that.
I can recommend a podcast.
Sure. Is it an animated podcast?
No! It's a D&D podcast. One is Divergent Dice. They're very, very sweet. They run 3 campaigns that are all in the same universe in different timelines, and each one affects the others. It's really, really interesting. And the other one is Legends of... I'm going to butcher this name. Legends of Atreus? Once Upon a Witchlight. Just look up Once Upon a Witchlight, and it's some nice background noise that you don't have to watch, but you can listen and still get like a story and laugh and have a good time while you do other things.
Yeah, that's what I need, is like stuff I can just listen to, really.
Yeah, I mostly watch Twitch streams and alternate between drawing and throwing sarcasm at the streamer.
Fair.
It's kind of how I got to know you guys on here, even though I was already modding the Discord. Steve just asks, I was wondering voice chat's thoughts on Monty and his work.
Who? Sorry.
Monty forget what he did.
Can you spell the name?
Monty space O-U-M.
O-U-M. I probably should know who that is, but...
Oh, he's the RWBY guy.
Oh, right.
I mean, RWBY seasons.
Oh, he passed away recently.
Yeah, he's...
Oh, not recently. Like
no, he died mid-second season, I think.
Oh, okay. That was like... It seemed like it was recent, but it was years ago.
Years ago.
Well, rest in peace. But yeah, no, I've never watched RWBY. I've only really ever watched like reaction videos to it, so I probably don't have a very fair outlook. Like I saw H-Bomber Guy's like review of it, and that's like probably the most in-depth I've ever gotten on RWBY. So don't really have
the fight scenes, which was what he was responsible for, were extremely fun. That's, I mean.
Good, good fight choreography. Certainly credited with that.
He's definitely the core of that show.
Yeah.
Right? So.
But if I was like to opine on it, I'd be like basically regurgitating somebody else's opinion about it. So I'm just gonna not.
That's fair. Yeah. Paul Diggs says the project is looking so good, guys. Thank you for your hard work.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, we're excited about it. We're also very tired and also very anxious about getting it done. So, really want to share it with you guys. So, it's getting there. Steve Chisnall says H-Bomber Guy's stuff about Ruby is biased bashing of it. Well, yeah, I was very critical of it, which is why, like, I haven't watched it myself, so that's why I'm not going to, like, base my...
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got their opinions, right? I agree with a lot of his feedback, but also it's not... I personally definitely enjoyed the mindless comedy of it. When I watched it, it wasn't, but then again, I'm serially not critical of what I watch.
Okay.
But, I mean, having seen the show and watching H-Bomber Guy's point of view, I don't think what he said was unfair, or it might have been, like, he clearly didn't like it, but, he's also got his taste. But, I mean, opinions are opinions, right? Not everything's for everybody, not everybody wrote the same thing.
Yep.
Ishmael says, have you guys seen Fantasia 1 and 2 because of the 2D animation artwork and visual effects?
Oh, yeah. Many times. I've seen both of them, yeah. I went and saw Fantasia, was it Fantasia 2000? Is that what they called it?
Yes.
Something like that. I think I saw that in the theaters like 4 times when it came out. Yeah, and I watched Fantasia on VHS as a kid like many times, so very familiar with both of them and loved both of them quite a lot. Just kind of animation showcases, music showcases too, but Mookie Lover Edwards says, I have been forcefully showing everything Lackadaisy to my entire family and everyone I can show. Well, thank you. That's much appreciated. I hope they aren't offended by it or having to look at it, but
I've tried to get as many people as I can into it. My mother actually couldn't handle the sepia for some reason, but
oh, okay.
I don't know what the
well, tell her sorry for the sepia. We did the film in color because I think the sepia doesn't really go over with everybody, so
all right, I think I am all set up. It took some finagling. It might be a bit imperfect. Forgive me, I don't do this too frequently, but I have my watercolor set up. All right, and I will show this to chat. 1 second. Gotta get the thingy up. Or is it Rio? There we go. That's what I
actually, Fable, you're just back in time for a question you're going to appreciate.
Yeah, Hangbot.
Yeah.
Paul Diggs asks, which will happen first, Twitter falls apart or your movie gets finished?
That's a really good question now. I'm hoping it falls apart after. But if it does, I claim responsibility.
Might need to consult that head of lettuce.
Yeah.
That outlasted Liz.
Yeah. Yeah. That lettuce did a good job. We need Larry the Cat on our production, then we're sure to win. Sure to, yeah.
Win. We're gonna win.
We will win. We're gonna win movies, guys.
When we release,
yeah. We win.
The ultimate prize.
Yay!
Jagan asks, are you going to MegaCon?
MegaCon. Wasn't not my current plan.
Ishmael asks, does Wolfwalkers count as 2D animation?
Absolutely, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it's beautiful 2D animation.
My
Definitely recommend. Pretty much all of Cartoon Saloon stuff is beautiful, but and underwatched. But go watch it if you can find it. I mean, I think it was like on Apple Plus or something, but I don't know. It might be streaming in other places now too.
Okay, so I want to tell people what I'm doing here right now. So, for my birthday, Tracy is aware that there's like this paint company that I really, really like, called Beam Paints. Here's their part of the packaging that they sent me. So I love these guys. They are an indigenous-owned paint company that uses traditional methods to make what they call paint stones, which are basically just like little watercolor thingies. And they are an Ojibwe group in Manitoulin Island. And yeah, these are all like traditionally made paints that are non-toxic, and they are all labeled with the language of the family of the woman who owns this shop. And these are just like great paints. Like look at that gold, it's so shimmery. It's this one, and forgive me because I don't know Ojibwe, so I'm probably slaughtering this, but this one says Zawa Zonia Ande Gold. So you don't just get the name of it in English, you also get the Ojibwe version. This one says Pichi Wanun Ande. So that's robin's egg blue. And this says Cosman An, is pumpkin. They have like all kinds of really nice colors. And the binder that they use for this, rather than it being like a plastic binder, which is pretty common in most paints and watercolor paints, they use honey as a binder. Much like one of my other favorite watercoloring wash brands, M-Gram. So you don't have to worry about like plastic waste at all with the paint. None of this is like unsafe for the environment. These materials are all harvested from the environment. And then like they don't use any plastic in their packaging whatsoever. This here is wax paper. This kit came with like this abalone shell. So this is like your holder for it. This wax paper, it can degenerate, but also it's a really good holder for the paint itself. You could use it as a little palette since it's waterproof. The containers that they're in even are like some kind of like paper product. And you can also get the paint like embedded in like slices of logs, just like a wooden palette. So that's really nice. Yeah. And it's great because if you smell these, they actually smell like honey.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's the burgundy one that's there?
The burgundy one is called... I love just picking these up.
Not that one.
This one?
Sorry.
Burgundy, because this is
closer.
Like
the deep red.
Oh, that, yeah. Wiguasamin Ande, which is cherry magenta. So, that's pretty cool. This one is Udamin, which is strawberry red. These are very deeply pigmented colors. So, and they even give you a travel brush with a kit. I'm sorry, Nox, I keep interrupting you.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna say something snarky. It's to chat. Fable's wearing human gloves just to not scare you.
I had to trim my nails. Yeah. So the only thing in this bag right now is like pencils I put in there, but like the entire packaging, like it was in here. This is really good, and I love this travel pencil because you can cap it. A travel brush, excuse me. You can cap it so it's safe. It keeps the bristles safe, but if you want to paint, you can just like turn it around, and now you have a nice long-handled brush. It's a really good travel brush. I have a tinier one from another kit that a friend of mine gave me, which is like a set of some 6 wash colors, but I don't know where they are right now. I really wanted to share them all for this stream, but I cannot find them. I guess I was organizing too hardcore earlier. So anyway, I've been getting into gouache. I've done watercolor for a bit, but I've been really getting into gouache. But I really like Beam's watercolor paints, and I've been looking at them for ages and going like, oh man, when I have some money, I want to get like a set of my own. And then for my birthday, Tracy sent me this, and I'm just like super grateful.
Aww.
Yeah. I'm like, oh my god, this looks such a nice gift. Like I got my first set from Kelly, because she decided to gift all her friends with like some small, shell gift sets. And then Tracy got me this, and I'm just like, yes, I love these. And like I said, I'm not paid by them or anything. I just genuinely love these guys, and especially because it's going to be Thanksgiving soon. Just as a reminder that, if anybody needs it, that day has got like a sticky connotation to a lot of First Nations groups. So if you're interested in spending your money in a way that's kind of like, hey, maybe I could like spend, this month kind of like thinking about the people who were here first. Maybe check out some businesses that they have going around. And so I like this one a lot because there's like so many like cool things that people make from local material. And I love this kind of thing so much.
Chat's asking if you have a link.
Beampaints.com. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So they also gave me some watercolor paper with this. I think this is like handmade watercolor paper. It's really cool. I like the texture to everything. It's got little grainlets in there. Yeah, I'll get to that. I drew my roommate's cat. So my roommate that just moved in has this adorable little kitten named Chair, who was actually in one of our streams before. If you watch the VOD for Stray, there's these two kittens that appeared during the VOD being fed by our crewmate and now my roommate, Sam, who was fostering them, and she ended up keeping Chair, and now she's our little buddy in the house. She's super cute. Like, while I was stepped away for a bit, she was just like running after me going, meow, 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 meow. And she wanted to be picked up and smooched. She's just like that.
Oh.
So, I've already done a little bit of experimenting with the paints here. This here is gouache that then I was messing with the, some of the metallic paint that they have, which is pretty cool on top of that. And then I was like experimenting a bit here, but I figured I'd do some more messing around and see what else I can do. So yeah, Maybe I'll draw a Lackadaisy character.
I will say to Chad, if you ever get the chance to meet Fable in real life, it is really fun watching them draw while wandering around like an apothecary with all the paint stuff attached all over the place.
It's true. It's like, I can't leave the house, I don't have my supplies! Yeah. I'll be more than 2 feet away from an electric pencil sharpener. I can't do that. You want to tell them about your experience at the zoo, Nox?
Sorry?
The zoo. Tell them about it.
Yeah, the zoo was fun. So I was down in LA for work and decided to stay the weekend, and I got the chance to spend the Saturday at the LA Zoo with Fable.
Mm-hmm.
So we wandered around. Fable painted the animals. It was a lot of fun to watch. And that's the time I have met Fable. They are as short as they say they are.
I wish it was a lie.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Who could I paint? I figured I'll do a Lackadaisy character. This is my sketchbook, by the way. I have a lot of draw logs in here. I just go around and like draw places and then I'll like paint them in later. So like here I went to a museum and I sketched out a bunch of old cars and then I went at it with some liquid watercolor, stuff like that. Sorry, it switched it down. But yeah, I do a lot of that kind of thing.
I like the Sunday.
Oh yeah, this. Yeah, I went to a cafe and I was like, give me your most aesthetic dessert, and the guy was like, okay, and gave me this, and I was like, perfect, and just painted it. Yeah, so this is basically gouache, although now I've added a bit of metallics to it. This is just me dicking around, just seeing what I could do. All right. Who should I draw? Tracy, who should I paint?
I don't know. Should we do a poll, or Joe wants you to paint Psy?
Paint Psy?
Seraphine.
Yeah.
Seraphine.
What color palette do you feel like working in?
Well, this one. So.
Yeah, but like, do you want to do reds, blues, greens?
This got a lot of earthy tones in it. Like maybe Psy would work. But I don't think I have a lot of Seraphine colors in here. I don't have black out right now. I'd have to pull out my own gouache.
Yeah, that red's a little too bright for her red. It's like
yeah. I'll probably do it like a little bit funky in the colors anyway, because it's just going to be an experiment. So
yeah, that's fine. You could just make it whatever color you want.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not restricted by reality.
No.
These are booze cats. Reality is optional.
Oh.
If you do really funky colors, just say it's Psy as seen through Zib's high state.
I don't know. How do you do the poll? I've not done it before.
Don't know.
Like just immediately figure it out, of course. So like, let's see. Send feedback. I don't even know where the option is to do it.
Let me go take a look.
Now you make me think if I should paint Zib.
Paint the trash man.
Paint the trash
Paint
man.
the trash man.
All right, folks. Seraphine, Psy, or the trash man.
Trash man.
Trash ma'am.
No, I don't want a YouTube video about how to add a street. God damn.
I know. Can't you just like tell me in 2 sentences and not make me watch a video to do it?
And now my browser's.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find YouTube chat poll. How?
How do?
They're voting with their texting messages.
Click on the create a poll icon. Where's
What?
that?
Wait, is it the
That's
plus
something I
sign at
can't
the
find.
bottom? Yes, it is. The plus sign
Oh,
at the
it
bottom,
is.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Why? That's totally nondescript. Okay. Engage with your audience. Okay, there we go.
So, Psy, Seraphine, or the trash man?
Alright.
Let's see what the audience has to say.
The trash man would describe quite a few characters, though.
You know what we're talking about. Don't play dumb with me.
We have Psy, Zib, Seraphine, who else? Anyone else?
Let's keep
That's
it
it?
to 3, yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Don't give them options, Tracy. Jeez.
We'll be here forever with this
Yeah.
poll.
Alright, we'll give it like 3 minutes. Get your votes.
That'll
in.
give me time to wet this palette, so I can like spray it with some water and stuff.
Riley asks, can you give me tips on how to animate in Procreate? My art style looks a bit like yours.
I don't know because I don't animate and Procreate.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's lots of
Tutorials
online, but
Yeah.
if you're asking for like basic animation advice, that's something that we could probably help a little bit with.
I don't know what's stopping you from animating on Procreate. How about that?
Ishmael says, does Victor have a secret wine cellar or speakeasy?
Does Victor have
the side his own side job?
He's
and a
running
different competing.
He's running a competing speakeasy in secret. That's why they don't have any booze. He keeps stealing it all and stocking his own speakeasy with. Nah, Victor doesn't have a. Victor lives in a house that's a split story thing. Upstairs neighbors. He lives downstairs, which is convenient because he can't really do stairs.
Y'all want this man who made the Sunset Rose cocktail that supposedly tastes like coffin varnish to run a speakeasy in his basement. Choices, people.
Mitzi really didn't think too hard when she made him bartender, did she? It's like, was Zib just incapable of mixing a drink, or was it that he kept sampling them?
Zib is supposed to drink it after you make it. You're supposed to hand it over to the patron and let them have it.
I want to see the brief period where Zib was the bartender, just for a minute. It didn't last long.
No, he doesn't mix. He'll just drink straight from the bottle. What booze? We don't have any booze, Mitzi.
Could you really picture him scurrying back and forth between the bar and the stage, like trying to do both? I don't think so. He can barely do one job.
They just tell the band to just like work behind the bar, and then it's like, it's fine. You'll just you can play at the bar. Maybe that'll do it. And it doesn't go over very well. Yeah, it's like, how many configurations did Mitzi go through before landing on the current one is kind of an interesting query. Losing people each
I think
time.
her decision to make Victor the bartender was mostly an emotionally based one because she didn't want him. Partially because he can barely walk, but
it looks like the trash man is winning 2-1.
Yeah, we have 1 minute. 1 minute left. Get your votes in.
It's gerrymandered. It's rigged. The vote is rigged.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Rigged.
Stop the vote. Stop the vote.
Stop the vote. I demand a recount.
Those goddamn voting machines.
One sec, hacking the machines.
I think Russia infiltrated our voting machine. Our YouTube poll.
No, the band did.
The band did.
But I do have a question, Tracy. How
Sure.
Horatio isn't behind the bar? Like, I feel like
he's a kid. He doesn't know how to mix drinks. He doesn't know anything about cocktail making. He was a busboy, and now he's the doorman. Because he was just like picking up dishes before. He didn't really like. Boy's just trying to earn a living, okay?
Would you prefer Victor at the door?
Victor needs to sit down sometimes, and it just doesn't really work at the door. He's not supposed to be physically exerting himself, but he does anyway. He's just one of those guys.
He kept everybody out at the door. It was the problem.
Yeah. Instead of scaring them away from the bar, he's scaring them away from the front door. So at least they get into the establishment now. All right. Yeah, I think Zib is clearly the winner here.
Yeah,
so
I'd say so. I'm already sketching him
we
out.
shall end the poll. Thanks, everybody.
Artificial Idiot asks, just a random question for everyone. Is there a good movie with bad messages?
I mean, Lion King, in a way. It's just all about, like, it's a Shakespearean story, so it's all about, like, this monarchy, and, like, here's the good guy, look, he's looking to, take back his rightful place as king. However, in real life, it doesn't pan out as, like, it's like, kings are bad, okay? You don't want, like, a, divinely mandated religious leader that you cannot, ever shift power out of balance from, and who, no matter what they do, they are always correct, and they are, like, the decider and arbiter of law. That's a dictator with just, like, folklore around him. So, yeah. So, I love Lion King, but a message of, oh, we can't, and again, this is like a really shallow interpretation of it. Like I said, this is Shakespearean, but like this, if one views the ultimate moral lesson of Lion King as, don't be the leader unless you were, mandated to based on your birthright, is probably not a good message. But what I like about Lion King is more like the emotional complexity of the characters, like just dealing with guilt and that kind of thing.
Yep. Riley asks, do aliens exist in Lackadaisy?
I mean, Tracy exists. She's an alien.
I thought it was a marmoset. I'm very confused.
I thought so too. Wait, I thought you were the gremlin in the vent.
Oh yeah, that and also a disheveled pixie. And the leprechaun.
I had a nerd about the leprechaun.
Paul Diggs asks, Tracy, what future project plans do you have when the short film succeeds?
I would like to make more animation if it's possible. Remains to be seen, because it's, like I said, it costs a lot of money, takes a lot of time. We need to somehow garner the resources to do it if we're going to keep doing it. But that would be like one of my main goals here. And of course, the comic, making comic again after I'm done here. So I got to get book 3 done.
Octomar asks, anyone here watch Bungao Stray Dogs?
I have not seen it, no.
It's an anime, my sister watches it.
Ishmael asks, why is Mitzi's birthday scratched out to just 20th century?
Because she does not want you to know how old she is.
We answered the Sonic movie question. How do you guys feel about Mabel from Gravity Falls?
She's cool, I guess.
I know there's like a lot of people who really hate her character, but I don't really. Yeah, I'm not sure.
She's a good foil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a good foil for her twin. I mean, sometimes you need to have that for character development.
Or did they just still mad at their little sisters? I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah. Mom said it was my turn on the Xbox.
I'm happy I was an only child. Made it so easy.
I want to come over and be your little sibling now, Nox.
I mean, I have an adoptive sister now already, but...
Aww.
Valid.
Sure.
Come over.
Sketching.
Just live in your house and steal your Xbox.
I mean, you can come, but you're going to end up forcing yourself to do my housework because I'm a slob.
No, I'll probably end up cooking for you. And then...
Is it cold? Is it snowing? I will faceplant in the snow.
Not yet, but it is down to just above freezing.
If I come over and there's snow, hi Nox, bye Nox, you will have a hell of a time trying to dig me out with Fiddle.
We'll just let you freeze.
That's fine.
You will realize how horrendously cold it is to dive into snow.
I've not been exposed to snow much, if anybody can tell. I just very much would like to go faceplant in it.
Well, how's this? If you're up here while there's snow, we'll rent you some snowshoes and go into the forest or something. You ever seen those?
What? Snowshoes?
Snowshoes, yeah.
Snowshoes
Don't they look
fun.
like tennis? Don't they look like tennis rackets?
The old school ones do, yes.
I will go be a tennis racket in the forest, and I'm gonna hit some trees and have snowfall. It'll be great.
And yes, Chad, I am in Canada. Forsythia asks, if Rocky was a singer today, what genre would he be in? How would he dress?
He'd probably dress loudly. Kind of not far off from where he currently dresses. At least for stage stuff. I mean, day to day, yeah, they could probably wear a lot of colors.
Hawaiian t-shirts.
He'd be the kind of guy who still wears suspenders for some reason.
Yeah, hipster. He really liked the hipster thing.
Yeah, he was a hipster before it was cool to be a hipster. In true hipster fashion. Genre of music. Yeah, that's a tough one. What's that? Somebody asked me a question about a song the other day on Tumblr, and I didn't know what the song was, and I answered. They didn't capitalize it, so I answered as if they were asking a question that was not about a song, but it was about. It was the world's smallest violin. And they were like, they were saying something about that song being like Rocky's life or something. I was like, yeah, and that kind of sounds like the kind of music he'd probably make too.
I don't know, I could see him attempt gangster rap just to be cool.
Good God.
Oh, I love it's by HR. They do really nice. I don't know how to describe theirs because it's its own little thing. It's strange, but it's very.
Yeah. You're breaking up very badly. I can't really understand you.
Discord is robotizing you. Sorry.
Let me. Any better or worse?
That's better.
I'm sorry.
No, that's not your fault. It's just a thing Discord does sometimes.
But Star is very relatable. I'm looking. It's very relatable for our age groups. Just tired.
But yeah, I could see him doing like, you know, like They Might Be Giants style, just like quirky music like that, sort of.
Valiant asks, how did y'all choose the art style for Lackadaisy?
It's kind of, what, for the film, or like the comic is just kind of it's the way I draw.
It's what Satan gave Tracy after she sold her soul.
Pretty much.
Yeah. It was, yeah. But which probably came from watching lots of Looney Tunes and Disney, and you know, reading lots of Bill Watterson comics and things like that. Kind of a culmination of all those things, I think, is probably what my style came from. Don Bluth stuff. Except I render the shit out of it for some reason. And over detail a lot of it. But we can't do that for the animated film. So we had to kind of like restyle everything into something that can be animated and reliably redrawn by other artists and things. So that was a interesting challenge and kind of a fun challenge to like take the characters and kind of like distill them into something a bit different but the same.
It's so funny to me how Tracy commonly is just like, oh yeah, I super render everything and add a lot of detail as if that's something bad. But to everybody else, it looks absolutely amazing, and I will not let you discuss this. That is absolute fact.
So okay, sorry. It's I tend to like, I don't know. It's maybe it's like the sound of your own name. You don't tend to like it, right? Because you hear it a lot. But like the look of my own art, I tend to like be like, it looks the same, and because I keep like overworking everything, and I can't let like negative space be negative space, and I have to like throw texture in there because I'm insecure, and let me detail the crap out of this thing because I don't feel like the drawing is strong overall, but maybe they won't notice if like I, you know, like
hide it with
everybody else
yeah,
super strong.
Yeah. You know, it's like, you know, your own foibles as you're working, you know what's going through your brain and what you're dissatisfied with and everything, and then it just kind of like pours out of your mouth sometimes when you're talking about your work.
Well, this
is that way, but I will continue to not allow you to discuss the fact that your art is amazing and it will continue to be amazing, and I know a lot of people that will say exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Thank you,
It is literally what you're most known for, like.
She agrees.
We were discussing your art, which
I swear I was not fishing for compliments. I'm just
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah.
Whenever Lackadaisy comes up anywhere online, the first thing people will say is, "Oh, that's that webcomic with the extremely well-drawn cats, right?"
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I will say that the thing is very relatable. You do the same with photos. Like oh, I can't leave the drink on its own. I need a ton of stuff in the background, so you know exactly what character I can relate to this so much that I'm sitting here going, ooh.
Yeah. It's almost like you develop an appreciation for the opposite of what you do sometimes, because it's so anathema to your usual approach that it's like you just like look at somebody else's thing that's way like that uses economy of line really well, and that just like takes style and like uses simple approach and doesn't have to texture the shit out of everything, and you're just like, oh, I wish I could do that, you know, like why can't I do that? Like,
but then you try it and you're like, oh fuck, I hate working this way.
Or you try it and you can't do it because you're not practiced in it, and so you do it and you do it badly, and then you just draw a bunch of detail over the top of it because you're like, it doesn't look so good otherwise. So, you know, it's that sort of thing. But you have to, like, you know, you practice. You get good at what you do the most, and so other things that other people do that's different from you looks like, you know, magic to you. And it's like, why can't I do that?
I can very much like identify with what you're saying. There's a lot of artists that I see that have like the simplest style, but so dynamic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that looks so cool. And then I try it and I'm like, this looks like garbage. So
Yeah.
I just go back to what I know.
Well, that's why it was like such a fun thing too to do the character redesigns, because however much I was involved in doing that and trying to guide it in a certain way, it was like the art styles of Ty and Lee are very different from mine. Ty does these like really energetic, like very swoopy lined, like cool and anatomy like stuff, and like Lee is just like so refined and just so tight and just, you know, really both very good and very good at like cartoon styles that I don't do. And they just like brought that into the art style and just made it very cool, and like it's like an element, like a dimension that was not something I could have put into the character designs. I mean, it would have just looked like Tracy art, but, you know, with flat colors or something if I did it. So I appreciated like having other artists' input there, and it was cool to get to do that. So that's how we arrived at the style, was incorporating other artists who do different types of art, and have different sensibilities than my own, and you know, taking Fable's input about like what we can actually animate and what we can't, and like cobbling that together with my original designs to come up with something new. And, you know, the characters are hopefully all very recognizable still, but you know, in a slightly different way.
Since we're on the topic of flustering Tracy, I'm going to forward this question to the front of the queue. Paul Diggs asks, just showing my age here, Hallie Sly, will we see the story of Fox, Dustin, Regin, Luna, Griffin, and Tess in the future?
No, probably not. That was a project I did through I was in high school when I started that. I was like 15. And, you know, you grow up and your sensibilities about writing and storytelling and things change a lot over time. And, you know, while I was working on that, I learned a lot, but I also like grew up a lot, and the things that you think make good storytelling or what have you, you know, change a lot, and you, what is good writing, your idea of good writing changes a lot. And, and while like I spent a lot of time like trying to like reinvent parts of the story to like update it with my own, like, you know, emerging adulthood, and it just ended up being a mess of like different ideas that just didn't meld together anymore. And so I had to put it aside and, you know, put my childish things aside and start on a different thing that's also childish, but
in a different way.
In a different way, yeah.
How's the sip looking?
Looks
very
good.
triangle, very trash man.
Such trash, much wow.
Yeah.
Sexy Dorito.
Nebula Robo says, hey, hi, you're one of my biggest inspirations.
Nice.
I don't know who's... are you talking to Fable?
I think they're talking to you.
Probably.
Yeah.
Could be both. You're both.
No, it's probably
that's kind. Thank
Probably
you.
true.
I mean,
But yeah.
except we most of the time are featuring Fable's work on this channel, so...
Yeah, but it is your channel. Speaking of which, guys, 4,400 subscribers away from getting Tracy her silver play button.
Ooh, really?
The team. The play button is for the team. I draw the comic, but the film is an entire team of people. So
Either way, it's pretty cool that you're probably going to hit 100K before the short comes out.
Yeah, we had set our goal at like 75 before the film came out.
I was like, I would like 50,000 is what I said, and we have been rocketing past that number.
Oh yeah. Initially we were like 50, and then we're like 75 would be great, and now we are heading toward 100, and hopefully we'll get there before the film comes out. That'd be amazing. Because we we didn't really like. This channel existed, but didn't. I had posted some videos of like a kitten I rescued, and that was it. Like on here, and like
Yeah,
my
you had
Patreon
some.
video.
You had some good VODs of the Patreon live streams. So if people would like to see you
that's
draw.
true. But I think like 30 people had watched like those videos, so there really wasn't much here. And there was like very few subscribers. So
hey guys, if you want to see Tracy draw amazing freaking artwork, go back and find those VODs. They're still on.
I think I put all the Patreon stuff into a Patreon specific like playlist that isn't available unless you're a patron. But
which you can become if you go to patreon.com/.
Because the purpose of this channel kind of changed, and it just didn't have much here, and so we kind of like view it as we started the channel when we started the film project. There was not a lot of subscribers or anything, so we're pretty proud of being able to build a small audience here, at least to release a film too.
I'm getting really into the graphite here. I've been getting into pencils all of a sudden. I was looking up liquid graphite. Thought that might be fun to play around with. Yeah.
It's looking really good. That chin is especially Dorito-y. Like it's snap a piece off of it.
It's a hot day. He's not even wearing his shirt. It's just the vest.
Oh, I just noticed that.
It's either Red Dorito or Cool Ranch.
I think
Cool Ranch is when the drugs that have been sprinkled on him because he got too hot into it.
He's spicy hot nacho right now.
Is it Dakadres? I'm sorry, I'm slaughtering your name. Says, did the subscriber growth exceed expectations, or did the production time exceed expectations? A little of both.
Kelly Foxtrot says, got a question. Would someone be allowed to enjoy a cheeseburger and a chocolate chip cookie while they watch this? Asking for a friend.
I think so.
Wait, repeat? What about vinegar? Did I hear that right?
No, cheeseburger. Cheeseburger and a chocolate chip cookie.
Oh, yes,
I love vinegar on my chocolate chips.
Were you getting ideas?
I mean, to be fair, in all fairness, vinegar on a chocolate chip cookie is exactly kind of shit I send to him on DMs. I do like to torture our friend here.
Yeah, you do.
I haven't found anything that tops the guy who had to deep throat an eclair that was being pushed into his mouth by a conveyor belt, though. So.
What?
Oh no. Cheeseburger and chocolate chip cookies are A-okay. Please do not put vinegar on your already made chocolate chip cookies. If you want to know how to use vinegar in your cookies before they're baked, give me a call. But don't do it after they're baked. Thank you. Oh.
I'm liking this pencil sketch. This is looking pretty good.
Yeah,
so I basically graphied it with the graphite. Now I can, just real quick, on one side here, I'm going to put down a few pencil strokes to just test out what I'm doing.
Handsome.
Handsome man.
I take him home.
Spicy triangle. Take him home.
Yeah. I take him home.
And?
Maybe give him a bath, some food, and a drink.
He would like that. Tuck him into bed. Like, read him a story.
Got a spare room. Don't gotta worry. Look, there's a fan. You know. If my partner finds her way in here, just ignore her. She's a gremlin. It's fine.
Watch out for the cats. The what?
Oh my. They all crowd around the poor man.
They're envious.
Yeah. No, Nico will crawl in and just hello, friend. Seraphine will smother them. Angel will claw at his legs. And Bella would just scream into the void.
What was Joe's Zib question, since we're on the topic?
Do Zib's ears ever become a problem for himself and others around him? I can imagine him knocking Witch's top back off. Not so accident.
If he turns his head too fast, yeah. If he's gets a running start, he can glide for a bit.
But he can't run,
ears.
so.
But he can't run. Yeah, so he doesn't ever get a running start. Is the problem?
Oh my god, Zib with droopy ears. How cute would that be?
Aww.
Sorry, that's off topic, but
Steve Chisnall asks, have you ever seen Secondhand Lions?
God.
Oh, forever ago. I don't remember anything about it.
Oh my god, it makes me cry every time. If I ever want like a good cry fest, I'll put that one on. It's a good movie, but oh, damn. I don't know why it hits me. Sorry. But it's a good movie.
Ishmael asks, what would a Lackadaisy character react to a laser pointer? Is how?
Mostly the way people react to laser pointers, by looking at it and going, that's a laser that's pointing at a thing. Although some of them might chase after it, I don't know.
Depends how high Zib is.
No, Zib wouldn't put that much effort in, but Rocky
That's
might.
true. Sure.
Rocky might try to catch it.
Let me Google this before I ask you, because I do not know how to pronounce it. Okay, I will just try. Steve Chisnall asks, what is Fable's opinion of Koyanis Kwatsky?
Who?
It's an American short film from 1982.
I don't think I'd seen it.
No, I'll send you the Wikipedia link, but...
Okay.
Sometimes we just aren't familiar with the things you guys are referencing.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I guess if you can read to me the plot synopsis, maybe I've seen it, but I just didn't remember the name.
However you pronounce this, also known as Koyanits Kwatsi, Life Out of Balance, is an experimental non-narrative film directed and produced by Godfrey Reggio and music composed by Philip Glass. Consists primarily of slow motion and time-lapse footage of cities and many natural landscapes across the United States.
Nope, I don't think I have, but that sounds like something that'd be right up my alley, so please.
It sounds like something that might make you watch in film school or something.
Yeah, no, I want to watch it now.
Yeah, I mean...
link me. Drop that for me somewhere, Knox.
Yeah, it's in the stream planning.
Thank you.
I dropped the Wikipedia link. Steve, the person who asked that, seems to be quite the film buff. He's been asking a lot of film questions.
Thank you. I like a good recommendation.
Ooh, I like the smoke Fable.
Thank you. I'm like just trying to think about like how do I even want to approach this? It's like, well, there's got to be red. Yeah.
Turkey Beard says, have you ever heard of The Frontiersman by Alan W. Eckert?
Want to explain that one?
Let me Google.
If you guys ask us, oh, have you seen such and such, could you give a brief synopsis with it, just like a sentence or two? Like, it's a movie about X.
I didn't know you can shade watercolors like that.
Oh yeah.
I know very little about art. What little I know is through you guys or Boo. But you've given me ideas.
Looks like the frontiersman synopsis is white man's massacre, red man's revenge. Driven from their homeland, the Indians fought bitterly to keep, sorry, the language is outdated, to keep a final stronghold east of the Mississippi. Savage cunning, strength, skill, and knowledge of the wilderness were their weapons. And the Indians used them mercilessly, but they couldn't foresee the white men who would come later, men who loved the land as much as they did, who wanted it for their own, men who learned the Indians' tricks and matched brutality for brutality.
That doesn't sound like a movie I'd want to watch. Like, I'm not really interested in stories where settlers are seen as just like the inherently more moral force, because that's certainly not how
it was. It was written in the '60s, which explains the language there. But
Yep.
Not sure if did they make a movie out of it or something as well? Or...
No. It doesn't sound like something I would like.
It's about westward expansion, basically.
Joy.
Colonialism.
Yeah.
Steve asks, opinions on the Blues Brothers.
Good movie.
They're at
fucking Illinois Nazis.
I did a thing that's gonna make me mad because I'm not supposed to be drawing.
Oh.
Right now. But since I'm like, wait, this is something that I really want to finish. Well, I only drew for a tiny bit, like since I came back, so it wasn't much strain for my hand. Also, I'm trying not to like lose practice while I rest, so it was just like 20 minutes.
I think if you're doing more traditional media, it's fine. It's just that computer work is what hurts your hands mostly. Like, this doesn't hurt my hands.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But I think you'll like it anyway. I bettered Cookie Rocky's design.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were doing Cookie Run versions of the characters. Yeah.
I think someone that might have asked for it might be here. If not,
Hi.
We'll catch the bods.
Hello.
Hello.
That was you?
Yeah. I asked.
You asked for it, Tom?
Yeah, I did.
I forgot. I think you have a different name in chat.
Yeah. Do I have Grave Rider? I think.
Oh yeah. No wonder I couldn't like connect the dots. But there he is. I also have the type of cookie he would be. Rocky would be a bomber. Well, the bomber of the team, because I figured that I could make his weapon like kind of little cocktails, like Molotov cocktails. Only they would not be alcoholic because that doesn't happen in the game. So it would just be like flammable juice that just catches flames for some reason.
But what? Oh wait. Give me. But what type of cookie would he be? Like what cookie name? Just Rocky Road cookie?
We were thinking either maple syrup cookie or Rocky cookie. It would have to be one of those two. Like his favorite is maple syrup for like definitely, but considering the fact that as how I saw the collaborations with BTS and Disney were, they pretty much just put the name of the character and cookie after it. So
that's boring.
It might just have to be Rocky Cookie.
Do you guys have the maple cookies that are like Oreos but maple shaped and they're maple filling with maple cookies down there?
No, and that sounds great.
Yeah, let me find a picture. I'm sure Fable's familiar with these.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's fine. I thought you couldn't put that in the oven. That's fine. Sorry. I freaked out because I know that certain things can't cross-contaminate with food. I'm sorry. Boo's up playing with clay.
Oh.
Jesus. What are you sculpting now that I am talking to you, Boo?
There you go.
Oh, those look so cute, Nox.
They're really good.
Those. I bet maybe you can get them via Amazon or something. But they look so like they look adorable to begin with, and then they look like they actually look good.
Yeah, well, they're definitely very good. I'm not sure if you get them through Amazon. They're very much a local. Well, maybe.
I like your Rocky cookie. The little fang there is cracking me up.
Like you can put like little details in their mouths, but like tiny because it's supposed to be frosting.
Let me see if I can't.
So I'm just trying to keep it as in style as I can, because I also have to round out their
That's
limbs.
adorable.
They can't have fingers.
That's very cute. Look at that.
There's the box if you want to look them up, Kari.
Yes, I am.
I will be reworking all of the characters to like make them look a little bit more dynamic, because I do want to animate them, and if I animate them individually, like put little individual cards, I want to be able to move them. So
Aww.
I had to separate him a bit more. But that will come later, once my hand is much more healed.
Jagan says, "Can we see the Lackadaisy cookies?" Yeah, that's something that
I just brought it on. Yeah.
Kare is working on, so I think that's But Kare is also recovering from a hand strain, I think. So yeah,
I'm overworking myself for it.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is why
I told you not to
Fable
do
says
that.
that they take breaks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. JMO Animation says, I'm applying to school for animation, and for the portfolio one of the teachers says they don't want big eyes and pointy ears, and that's my whole style. Is that a bad sign?
To just give them this. Just to defy. But in like the most creative way possible. I think what they mean is they don't want, I don't know actually what they mean, fuck it. Big eyes and pointy ears. What is that derived from? I'm used to like, oh, don't copy anime style as like a thing. But that one's a little bit new.
Don't copy Owl House?
Anime style, not Outlaws.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like big style.
Owl House.
Oh.
Big eyes and pointy ears sounds like Owl House more than anime.
Sounds like discrimination against cats. And elves.
Alright, we have a question for Jay. Oh, this is going to be controversial. Jagan asks, for Jay, who is the best Star Trek captain in your opinion?
Oh no!
Easy. Jean-Luc Picard.
I fully agree.
I have to agree with that, yes.
The captain who acts like a captain. Shmael asks, pancakes or waffles?
Why not both?
Waffles.
I say crepes.
Crepes.
French toast.
Going the Mordecai route, I see.
Mordecai route is screw all of this. And
Yeah, he said very
taste.
he's like, I don't want any of these things.
I mean, never. I want to analyze French toast now. Technically, you've got eggy. It has protein, but it's sweet and it's cinnamony and it's just oh so yummy. God, it's
I have had some amazing French toast before, and yeah, like
No, French
it
toast is
probably honestly outdoes any like pancake or waffle I've ever had.
I mean,
and what is so simple is you can customize it. You can do French toast with pumpernickel, sourdough, cinnamon raisin already done. Like,
yeah, like really thick, rich, porous bread that really absorbs the egg and the other flavors really well. Just and it's just cooked the right amount, so it still is slightly moist. It's not like it has like crispy edges. Like
Damn, you guys are making me hungry.
Yeah.
Brioche and challah are the best breads.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, to be fair, it's a bit of an unfair comparison because they're all different things that you can do incredibly well. I mean, it's like my chef friend's cinnamon roll pancakes are freaking incredible. But you wouldn't compare that to French toast. Like, good French toast is just a different experience.
Yeah, it's kind of a different category, I feel like, honestly.
Yeah.
But
whereas waffles, I mean, even if once you get waffles done extremely well, they become a different category also, because the whole point is the...
Yeah.
Sometimes I have a craving for one or the other, you know?
Stuff made from a batter, kind of different from, like, bread absorbing a kind of batter, I guess. I don't know, I'm being I don't know, batter-based.
I'm not as into French toast. I like pancakes quite a bit because I like crepes and things, and I like how you can.
Oh yeah, I love crepes. Like, I mean, I've had like really amazing pancakes too, and like, I had this like amazing crepe in Las Vegas once that was just like really memorable. But yeah, I don't know.
So now we are doing the waffling on waffles thing.
We're waffling, yeah.
Yeah.
Waffling on waffles. Waffles is lies. Humberto wants to know if we're all from Michigan. No. I don't think any of us are in Michigan.
I'm from New Hampshire.
I'm Mexican.
I'm Cuban. Hey.
I am from Massachusetts, and now I'm in Missouri. All different M states, just...
I'm a half-breed who's from Quebec. Half French-Canadian, half British, which is a sacrilegious union.
Android DX. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to go to the next question. Go for it, if you want to do that one.
Sure, I'll just tackle this real quick. Android DX says, which do you personally prefer, traditional art or digital art? I think they are both wonderful. I haven't had a lot of time for traditional art lately, but I quite enjoy it when I do it, and I did a lot of it before I picked up digital art. I used to do watercolor, gouache, and colored pencils all the time. Digital art just is a million times more convenient to do most of the time, and you kind of have to do it. Like when you start working in art, it's just like the standard thing everybody does now because no company wants to like equip its artists with a bunch of traditional stuff and then have to scan it and deliver it that way or something. But and it's also like less expensive overall, probably, especially if you're not paying for your art software licenses. But yeah, it's just like a little bit more of a chore to pull out like the traditional stuff, but I do love doing it when I do it. So kind of can't really hard to say. I love doing digital art too. So
this zip's really kind of coming out. Ooh, I have an idea. I'm gonna make the smoke is gonna be gold. That's gonna be fun. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Get an excuse to use that color. Go ahead. Anyway, Knox, go ahead with the question you were going to ask. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Oh, no worries. Jotty Jake asks, have you ever heard of Cecil and Sally? It's an old radio program from the 1920s.
Yeah, that was like, I mean, there was Amos and Andy, which controversial, obviously. Yeah. But there was that too, and that was like one of the really popular ones. I think it was like one of the first things that went into like syndication or something. It was like a bantering or jokey like couple sort of.
Yeah, this whole
comedy
thing's taking a neutral tone to it, so I think I'm gonna have to bring back in some cools here and there. Yeah.
Ishmael says, how are you guys gonna celebrate Christmas?
Optionally.
It's kind of just a work day for me.
Usual family stuff on my end. I asked for lockpicks as a gift.
Ooh. What?
Me. What?
Oh my god.
What, you surprised?
No, I'm impressed. I'm like, oh, I want to hear about these escapades and adventures.
Not really. It's something I've tried a couple of times, then failed, so I figured I'd try some more.
That's fun. I've got cakes and cookies on the menu and testing pies on people, and I've asked for a mead making kit.
Ooh. Nice.
Everybody's getting mead next year for the birthdays.
Yes! Did I ever tell you you are my best friend?
Someone get to that
Oh,
mead
man,
get stat.
the cook friend's always the appreciated one.
You were mentioning that you studied just. I got a bit curious. Did you study for like food scientist or like chef specifically?
This is gonna get interesting. My main degree is in English literature and writing.
Huh.
Okay.
And my so I ended up every single one of my electives. I could only get one minor though, even with all the electives, were all in culinary arts. All of them, except for 2 that were in photography. But all of it was in culinary arts and in school for that. But it was less. I'm not going to say less science. They did take, conceptualizing recipes. So recipe creation, how to make a food label, how to market your product. I did do those classes, but I also did catering. I did, the basics, advanced. I did food and brews. Food and brews class. That was a rough class for me.
It sounds rough. But the first thing I imagined when you said that was the fact that they give you a plate of food and then they hit you.
Oh yeah.
But here's your food. Take a bruise. I don't know why.
So basically, we had a brewing class, and we would work in conjunction with them, and it'd be like, all right, now make food that goes with the beer. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh, damn. And what was really difficult was that brew masters over at the school, shout out, by the way, I love you guys. I still talk with them every now and again. I actually reached out to them for help on my last cocktail because I want to use beer. But they did like guava beer and passion fruit apple beer. Like it was not normal. Like, yes, here's a light beer, here's a lager. No. So it was
passion fruit beer. I want to try that.
It because we weren't allowed to drink it. We were only allowed to like taste it. But it was amazing, and I ended up doing like rolls, like bread rolls that went with it, like honey, and I think it was a nut. It was a pistachio honey bread roll that I did with it. But yeah, I did more of the culinary arts, but you're gonna bleed into everything when you're in that one field. You're gonna end up in the science. You're gonna end up over with the drinks. You end up with everything essentially.
That sounds really cool.
He's getting colored. How's that looking, guys?
Aww. Look at him.
Great.
I love these brushes. These brushes are so good.
I don't know why, but he kind of looks like the embodiment of it. Not the face. It's not a phase, Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's more the embodiment of, hey, I'll be with your daughter tonight.
He does have that look. You are correct. Your kid calls me. Never. I'm not gonna finish that sentence.
Man, these paints are just so pigmented. It's wonderful. That nice red.
Ishmael asks, have you guys watched the movie Cats?
Which one?
I believe from context they meant the recent one.
I got boo drunk while watching that.
Sounds like normal Tuesday for you two.
Listen, I did that to her on Thursday. I was having her test something, and she didn't go to bed till 6 a.m. She was
too wired.
She was too wired with whatever mix I did, and she just was doing drunk art.
Nice.
I put them in sniffer glasses, and I hear like sloshing in the kitchen. She comes in with like a Lafitte bar, like one of the tall glasses that we got when we were in New Orleans. I was like, "Where are the drinks? You need to finish drinking them." She's like, "I am." I walked in the kitchen. I'm like, "The sniffer glasses are empty. It's in the big cup. You've turned me into a lush." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, never mind. You have a point. I'll shut up now."
Nice.
Uniqueness asks, anyone here watch the Rise of TMNT movie?
Ooh, not yet. I've been meaning to. One of our crew members actually worked on it. I definitely wanted to give it a look.
Foxy Plays says, could you say that Zib personally serenaded Psy?
Maybe it was the other way around. I don't know.
No, it was probably Zib doing that.
Uniqueness says, regarding the Cats movie, did anybody know there was going to be a hand-drawn animated Cats movie musical way back years ago? And it would have been directed by Steven Spielberg?
Yeah, that was an Amblin movie that was in development. Nico Marley, the character designer for Kung Fu Panda, did a bunch of illustrations that were really cool. Yeah. That would have been fun to watch.
Yeah, would have preferred that over the live action one.
the haunting, the Uncanny Valley stuff.
Bizarre, yeah, just like
whatever the hell we got.
Ishmael says, have any of you guys watched the Aristocats? I watched the hell out of that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Seen that one many times.
Joe Plain says, is Zib wearing his jean suit?
No, there's I went over it with blue just to create like a cool spot in the piece. But I'm gonna be going back in and like balancing that out because I don't actually want the eye drawn down there. I'm just kind of like
could put some nice could put some nice purples in the background, maybe.
No, I kind of want the background to just be a flat red, so that everything else is like just working against that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good night, Ishmael. Humberto asks, are you guys live streaming on Thanksgiving?
Probably not. I'll probably be eating.
Eating sounds good.
Yeah.
Are you going to make your turkey Fable?
Probably. If I get the energy to. It depends on whether or not I can get this damn animation finished on time. Yeah. So I like to cook for Thanksgiving. I have a bunch of recipes and stuff that I have made. And I like feeding people too. That's nice.
How my Thanksgiving was? Uneventful. Though we ended up having a dinner with my sister a week after as a late dinner, but Thanksgiving's not very big here. Micah asks, you can just fall into that red, huh? Is that the strawberry color going on in the background?
Yep. Yep, it is.
Xander Hyena says, what do you think of the art style of Bad Guys?
Oh, it's pretty cool. I wasn't as enthused with the plot, but the art and the animation is just amazing. Carries the whole film.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that one.
I had a fun time watching it.
Yeah. It's worth a watch.
They didn't have to make the wolf nice to look at.
They just chose to.
Yeah. And the piranha sounded really familiar, and then I realized they're from Hamilton, and I was like, hey! I had to pause, and I had to be like, who's the piranha? This is going to drive me crazy. And now as I speak, I can't remember his name.
Franklin?
No, he plays Hamilton's son, and Hamilton's like a best friend in the musical. Hold on. It's gonna drive me crazy.
Hamilton?
Hamlet Jr.?
Yeah.
Oh lord. Thank you, computer, for glitching out.
Jaunty Jig says, is there any mainstream animation where the animators voice the characters?
I mean, it's not that uncommon, especially with some older films, if they're not like have a all celebrity voice cast, for some people in the crew to have voices, and they're like, so I think, let's see, like a lot of TV shows, you'll just have like some of the crew members will just like throw in a stupid voice just for fun. Probably they did it at a pitch and everybody laughed and they're like, we can't replace that voice, it's too funny.
I guess RWBY would be one. It's pretty mainstream, and some of the characters are straight up the creators of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And that was actually the last question.
Oh. Now I can get to the gold bits. This is the fun.
Where's my laptop?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, my laptop's just acting up. We already looked at Oh wait, Jay's here. Is Jay here? Is Jay still here?
Jay's here, yes.
I'm here. What's up?
Oh my goodness. So your recommendations were fantastic. We ended up going not this weekend, last weekend, to look at some of them, and the Aces,
yeah.
Aces. Yeah, I think that's gonna be one that we end up getting. I think it's one of the ones you recommended. I can't remember. We looked at so many.
Oh yeah, I think there were a couple Asus machines that we looked at. But so are you going to order it online or at a store?
Don't. It's up to Dad. Dad's the one paying, and he's like, okay, but you don't get it till Christmas. It'll be under the tree, and I'm sitting here like, oh, okay, this is fine. Thank you.
It's like you know, I need that for work.
I need it because now I'm sitting here trying to figure out why my computer is glitching. And I was in the middle of typing. Oh.
Humberto asks, so how long does it take you to draw an artwork?
Oh yeah, I mean, you can play this thing back and see how long this one takes. Depends. It's already pretty warmed up before I did this one, otherwise I would have done like a whole lot of extra correction. I'm trying to get over that. Like today, I spent a lot of time in my backyard just drawing a little bit, just to not have the first time I touch art supplies today be like on the computer or right now.
Tegan says you guys need to watch the Tradisches ballet. It's a 30-minute ballet from Germany that was made and filmed in the 1920s. It was restored in the 70s, so it has colored. It was during the Dada movement.
Ooh, I like Dada.
I'm here for ballet.
Brooms are indeed useful, yes.
Oh, isn't that the one that influenced that some of the costuming that David Bowie ended up using? Yeah, that's that one. Yeah, it's like the costumes
in
are
it
very...
now, and it's getting all shimmery. Ooh. Look at that. It's not done. It's not quite done yet, but it's getting there. I love this metallic paint. It lays down like so nicely. Paint with gold. Usually I struggle to paint with gold, but this is coming out nice. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. An excuse to do swirly shapes.
Yeah.
They have a whole, like, metallic set of these, and I'm just like, oh my god, if I had more money. I would love to collect all of their sets. They're
I'd
so
like you to
fun.
know the Mamma Mia song played through my brain when you said that.
What?
Huh?
When Fable said that they'd like more money to buy the paints, my brain went money, like the one from Mamma Mia.
If I were a rich man, yada da 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 da. I would buy all the paint in this shop, and I would be a happy man.
Heike, you know what I could see you doing, Fable? Like, just grabbing your paints and all that and going to a Ren fair and, like, just finding a spot that's cool and shaded and just painting.
You mean exactly what I do, but I haven't been to a Ren fair yet. Yeah. Yes, no, I would love to do that. I really wanted to go to a lavender festival that was actually going on about an hour or two away from me, but I did not have the time. Yes, a lavender festival. There's a lavender farm a couple hours from here. It's just a lavender farm. And they have a lavender festival for like several weeks, and if you are a plein air artist, you can get in free on weekdays. But yeah, I had no time. I really wanted to do it.
That sounds amazing.
Joe Blaine says Zib looks absolutely zooted. Was that the goal of this painting?
Yes, he is zibbing.
Hunter Powell says, is Zib on the good kush?
Oh yeah.
I like that paint is so opaque that you can actually just paint right over the red with it.
Yeah. That's how you know it's good.
I am Cookie says, what time is it for you guys?
That's a good
11:20 here.
9:30.
Same.
Or 9:20, excuse me.
Half past midnight here.
12:20.
Good night, Android.
Good night.
Night.
I Android have a good update.
Oh, maybe Tracy knows about it, but did you hear that the new game is coming out on the 15th?
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I had not heard about that. Yeah. I am sure the entire fandom is in an uproar, though.
Oh, they dropped this is the wild thing, because everybody in the Bendy fandom has been waiting for the game for God knows how long, and there's been radio silence since I think like February, and then day after Halloween they dropped the trailer saying it's going to come out on the 15th.
Oh.
Yeah.
Get a big reaction out of Beth, I assume.
Oh my god! Same day, I was like, oh my god, it dropped! This is like, I have a 40-minute video on my reaction here. I was like, oh goodness.
Yeah, that sounds like Beth.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's actually a good, it's all theory and whatnot. And it's a good video though. Beth goes into all the little details and whatnot. I'm sad that they don't have for console because I still don't have a laptop. So I have to wait to play. But I'm excited to see what they do because the animation, is it animation? Is it called animation? The graphics look beautiful. They look really, really nice compared to the old Bendy, so I'm very excited.
So is this like another chapter, or is it a...
We don't know.
Okay.
I can't, nobody can figure out if it's a prequel, a sequel, or an existence.
So I haven't seen much of the old games, but I'm looking forward to seeing somebody play it.
I probably will end up, if I ever have 10 seconds to sit down and stream it and get spooked by cardboard cutouts again.
Oh, if you want to be spooked by cardboard cutouts, you gotta play Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion.
What?
If you're not familiar with that one?
Yeah, you gotta play that one then.
Oh my god.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Oh no.
No, if you play the game, I think you would actually be delighted, specifically.
Maybe. I like certain spooky games, and then I know that a lot of my friends like watching me react because they think it's funny, and I get frustrated and I get spooked easily. I got spooked today at Ren Fair, actually. I spooked myself.
Aww.
A fairy got too close to me and wasn't paying attention.
Oh no. You gotta watch out for those fae.
I screamed and jumped in a booth. When Boo looks at me, she's like, "You good?"
I sent you the free version, but there is an HD remake if you're looking into it.
Now.
If you're wondering why the title looks so jank, it's because it used to be Spooky's House of Jump Scares, but they were forced to rename it because of an app sent them a cease and desist that had already used the House of Jump Scares names.
Damn.
What?
And nobody cared about them, though.
Nope.
No.
Why is she creepy?
Oh no, the game is it's like this is super cute, but it's actually creepy at the same time.
Oh, it's cute. Oh shit, Boo. Oh my god, Boo, you scared me.
Boo, tell Boo about beam paints. Tell Boo to look up beam paints.
Oh, shh. No, I'm getting it for her for Christmas.
Oh.
So
I mean,
I'm not going.
Is she listening right now then?
No, she's not. She's actually handing me her clay sculpt, which is still very warm.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if can I handle it? It is very spooky.
Am I prepared for its power?
It's warm. It feels nice. He looks very spooky. I think that's a great skull. What are you gonna do with it? Oh, because the body's not gonna have fur. Okay. Oh, it looks. You may want to make the body a little smaller, honey. Fix the proportions. Okay. Boo likes to watch videos when she goes to bed because she has insomnia. And she has gotten back into doll and wire making.
Oh.
She is making her character. Are you making Necro? Yeah, she's making her personal character for her comic as a side project out of like wire and clay.
Boo, if you can hear this, I need you to make a bunch of creepy dolls and just scatter them around the house.
Listen. I got really lucky today at Ren Fair because there was a spooky doll seller, and she almost walked away with one. Okay, I got really, really lucky.
Oh, I know.
She ended up with a voodoo doll instead. So,
Hey, I mean, it could be worse. Could it be that thing that wasn't on Fable's stream?
I hate that thing.
Don't know what you're talking about.
It was there. It existed. Me and Kaz, he and I saw it. Listen. Oh my goodness. I was looking at the video for the game and got spooked. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh Lord.
I found the cookies that, well, they're not the same brand, but I can get ones delivered to me that are the same shape and flavor, supposedly, but they're not the same brand.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, hopefully their taste the same. Otherwise, you'll have to come up to Canada and compare.
Yeah. So you don't pack your bags just in case.
I can actually go to Canada. I could take you up on that if I really feel like I want these maple cookies.
Fair enough. Well, if you come here, you have to do the Sugar Shack experience.
Oh yeah.
The what?
So there's a so the places where they make maple syrup usually have a commercial touristy front, which usually features a variety of maple treats. They also have like usually a restaurant where the expectation is for you to dump maple syrup on literally everything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the place where they'll do the thing where you'll pour maple
syrup on snow.
Well, it's maple wax, but you'd pour on snow. But yes, but it's not. It's still maple syrup. It's just boiled longer than because that's actually it's. What was that?
I was going to say, I think I've seen that. It's supposed to like make like some type of taffy where they put like the maple on the snow and then you grab it with a popsicle stick and
yes, that's where you do that.
Yes, I want to do that.
Yeah, it's funny because there's some people on TikTok that have started like, oh, I tried this, but if you pour the maple syrup, it doesn't do it. It's like, yeah, it's because it's not actually maple syrup. It's when you boil. So there's multiple phases to maple syrup. Like it starts out as maple water straight out of the tree. Then you boil it until you get maple syrup. Then if you keep boiling it, you'll get the maple wax, which is what you'll do that. That's what you'll do in. That's what you put on the snow, and then you can keep going beyond that, and you get maple butter, which is delightful.
I love maple butter. Lord.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So, Black sent me a can of maple syrup, but it's like a can. It is like a full-blown can. Once I open it, I'm gonna have trouble going through it because it takes a long time.
Yeah, well, what you do is, what we do here is we pierce holes into the top 2 holes, and that way you can use it. You just keep it out of the can and you pour it out.
Oh, I like
How do you
that
seal
idea.
it?
You don't. It's pure sugar. Don't really need to, but
My food safety brain does not like that.
All right, well.
You have to remember that some of these things were used as preservatives as well. So.
True.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a bag over it just in case.
Yeah.
Sure.
Cheesecloth.
I mean, you can always pour it into something. It's like it's sticky, but it's not like honey or something.
But I can make maple butter.
Good. It will take forever, and probably you'll not get a lot out of it though.
That'll be fine. That'll be great.
Right.
Or I can make maple syrup butter. I can do that too.
Yeah, well, I mean that'll work. Tegan says, "Is Canada still closed?" I believe it is easier to get in.
Canada's closed today.
I mean, like we because of the pandemic, we
I know,
shut down hard.
But I just like the idea. I was like, Canada's closed for today.
I mean, like, it's not unlike us to do that. Getting into Canada is not always easy.
Yeah.
Even in a normal period, like...
Yeah, no, that's true.
We can be dicks about random things for some reason.
Thankfully, I have seen, because I know some of my classmates actually moved to work there. There's an agreement between Mexico and Canada that's just like very light paperwork that allows us to, like, especially for tourism, that we can just take a plane and just go.
Oh yeah, for tourism you'll be fine.
Yeah, it's more like doing anything else.
Yeah, it's that, or if you like, what happens sometimes is some kids will drive up who live near the border will drive up and then they'll get turned away because they're like, you're coming for tourism, but you brought $20 with you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that one. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I think
get it, but okay.
this zib is done. So, I'll try to bring that a little bit closer to the camera, hopefully. Ah, goddamn shadow.
He looks so pretty.
There
it looks
you go.
like you gave him eyeshadow for some reason.
Yeah, I just wanted like little hints of purple here and there to draw your eye across. Because he's so like orange against red that is like not terribly stand out, so just trying to like find something.
Looks great.
It looks great. He looks both as the baby girl and as the other word that I'm not allowed to say.
So you can see how the gold is in
Love
there.
it.
Focus,
I just
camera.
love this
Focus.
gold. Come on. Ah! Oh no. Sorry. Let me move things out of the way so that I can catch. There we go.
He looks so lovely.
Let's see here. If I do that, we'll behave. Come on, please. There we go. Oh, come on.
There's 2 questions which I will ask out of order for strategic reasons. Mika says, "Hey Fable, will you send a shot of this back to Beam?"
Oh, yeah, sure. See how they feel about it.
Yeah. That's cool. And Puppy Vexo asks, "Wait, is Lackadaisy a show coming to YouTube and is still being worked on? Do you want to explain what the heck we're doing here?"
Lackadaisy is a comic, and we are making a short film based on that, and it is coming to YouTube, and is still being worked on, yes.
Yep. In fact, what we were showing off today was me animating the very last shot, which is also the very first shot. And then I'm just taking a little break here. We'll probably be wrapping up soon.
Some people were saying, wait, earlier in the stream when you said that, wait, does the animation loop?
No, that's just because of that I set it to loop so that I can like watch it and rewatch it a few times.
Tamar says, "I like your mug. What's the drink?"
Blue Stilton cheese. This is just. I didn't think you saw that. What mug? If it was that, that's just a cheese cup that I put water in. I really like it.
My cheese cup.
That's my cheese cup.
Your mug showed up, by the way.
Oh, that mug! Oh, yeah. How did it turn out?
The cat fiend one. Good. It looks good.
Nice.
It looks just like the art.
Nice. Give me a picture of it. I want to see. I want to see how it turned out.
It's in the dishwasher right now, but I will.
Joe Plane says, do the other band members get absolutely blasted, or is that just a Zip thing?
I mean, they definitely have and do partake. Like, so they have drawn pictures of that before, but not quite to the extent that Zib does. Zib is definitely the reigning champ of getting plastered, I think.
Super Rockabilly says, if someone gave Rocky a triple shot espresso, what would be the estimated casualties?
No survivors. None at all.
I would pay to see Rocky on Cuban coffee. Here you go. Have a cortadito.
I would pay to see you on Cuban coffee.
Oh no, that's hospital visit. That's a hospital visit because, oh lord, my heart rate.
Why do I have so many friends who are literally will die if they drink coffee?
We have weak hearts.
I would die if I drank coffee.
Oh, damn it.
I no longer drink coffee since college.
The fun part in this sentence, however, is while I cannot drink the coffee, I can make you the meanest Cuban coffee that is from a house, like, ever. Like, I had, in high school, my band teacher would pull me out of class every period, so I'd go to his office and make him coffee. Like, he taught me how to make it, and then proceeded for 4 years to have me make it every single class period.
Nuts.
Yeah. Band teachers are a whole other, like, band directors are wild.
Zaradar says, I love your art style. It's very nice and gives a good 80s vibe. I also like your little characters in the corners, especially the croc one on the left and the cat with the book on the right. Thank you.
Those are my friends.
Well, one of them's you.
Oh, right, that thing.
The croc. It's a microraptor, just...
And the cat with the book is me. I appreciate you like my avatar.
Mm-hmm.
He is a handsome-looking lad.
Mm-hmm. Handsome enough to get his whole own fandom last stream.
Ryan
they were here this stream too.
Ryan Hartwell asks, have you ever seen the Wilkins coffee commercials by Jim Henson? Yes, they're hilarious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very violent.
Perfect. I'm liking laying the pencil over on top of this to give it a little bit more texture.
Oh, Tracy, Fable, I just remember one of the questions I wanted to ask. It kind of comes from the fact that right now I'm having trouble with my wisdom tooth, and I most likely am going to have to remove them. But I wanted to ask, who is the most, like, resistant to pain from the whole cast? But, like, who is, like, the little daisy that would just, like, drop if a gust of wind hit them, and who's the absolute tank? I need to know for scientific purposes.
Victor is the tank.
I mean, Victor is the tank.
Yeah. Not that I like, he certainly feels pain. He's just not going to let anybody know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how men were socialized then, largely. Who's going to...
Like, who can get knocked down, like, cold by a gust of wind?
Joey.
Just totally KO'd.
Joey. Yeah.
Joey. Totally KO'd by a gust of wind. I don't know, I think they're all fairly... they've all been through some shit, so... They're all fairly resilient.
Yeah, it's why I asked, because I'm like, Rocky has resisted, like, a pretty big, like, wound to the head.
Well, you can easily knock Rocky down, but he will get back up again, is the thing. He's like one of those Weeble Wobble toy things that just...
Yeah, it's one of those little toys that you can punch and just gets up.
Yeah, it's like, even when it's in its best interest to just stay the fuck down.
Now that's a merch idea.
I don't enjoy that one.
Yeah.
He looked too much like he was from the metaverse, so can't do that.
Wait. Hear me out, though. Not a big Weeble Wobble, but a little Weeble Wobble for cat.
That'd be cute. Yeah. With a little feather on top.
Yes. Like
they probably make those, honestly. There's probably some kind of cat toy that does that.
There was that cat toy that was motorized and spin the thing around. Oh,
yes, we have that one. So it's a Weeble Wobble, but it's got a little laser and it goes around and does a little laser thing. It's got a little feather and goes, and our cats love it. But, like, let's picture it like Rocky, shall we? Little hat with a feather in his cap, big old smile. He just Weeble Wobbles and teeters, and he just quotes things.
That would be very cute. Cat toys, Lackadaisy branded cat toys, yes.
I have another idea for a toy just based on what Tim said. Have you guys ever seen those little toys that have, like, this little marble that moves around inside of it that kind of teeters it all the time? Just imagine, like, Zib being one of those that's constantly teetering everywhere it's supposed to get the cat's attention because he can't stay standing upright.
He just goes whichever way the marble rolls.
Yeah.
How's that looking? I think that feels a little bit more done. Now it has more contrast.
Scan.
I'll do that later. Yeah.
I want a Christmas card of this sent to Katie's dad with I'm who your daughter fantasizes about as the caption.
Good God.
Oh, ouch.
That would be a cruel thing to do to poor Katie.
Poor Katie.
Poor Katie.
Does that mean we gotta do it?
I am the Dorito.
He looks beautiful, though.
Yeah, very nice.
Seraphine, why are you staring at the floor? Thank you. Thank God. She was just staring blankly, contemplating her life.
As cats do.
Elder Millennial says, Rocky is a son of Cucullin and an Irish berserker. Yeah, he and Freckle both, I think. Zerodar says, I really like the tiger guy you're drawing, or is it a different animal? I can't tell. He's a cat, but with tiger stripes. So.
He's a Dorito.
He's a alley cat and a jazz cat. Dorito man.
Chat's referring to Cucullin. I don't. He's not quite to that level. Cucullin would get so angry his eye would pop out, according to the myth, and start hanging.
I mean, there's still a story left to be told, so who knows?
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay, I got a bit of white. just want to give him his whiskers. If this thing would work. And
I'll join you in a second. Let me finish this paragraph.
Triangles are the hottest shape. It's just science.
I don't know. I think you can get some pretty decent stuff out of some parallelograms. What do you call those?
Parallelograms. Yeah, I think Mordecai's with you on that one. Credit to triangles for being stable, though. Architecturally speaking.
Except for this one. It's pretty much the opposite.
Yeah.
Humberto says, so how have you been a YouTube channel? Tracy just woke up one day and she had been assimilated by YouTube.
Yes.
I am now the YouTube channel. I'm not even a person. I'm not a physical entity any longer. This is just the YouTube channel speaking to you right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm an AI.
We just ran one of those AI algorithms on all the stuff Tracy had said.
Mm-hmm.
The data set was all cat videos. Sorry about that.
Pretty much, yeah. Man, considering I've been watching a lot of people play through Soma recently because of Halloween, it's on point. You guys ever try that one?
Soma?
No, but I've seen Let's Plays of it. It's very cool. I like the premise.
Yeah. That's one that would properly spook too.
Probably. Listen, it doesn't take much for things to spook me.
Yep.
I'm the person that had to be escorted out of a Ghostbuster haunted house.
Oh,
baby.
Have y'all not heard that story?
No.
No.
Oh, let me make a long story short. We went to Halloween Horror Nights, early entry, so the sun was still up. I have to add that context. We got in. I'd never been to Horror Nights. I was very excited because Boo loves it. We get into Ghostbusters, something easy, and, I start to get nervous. And then the moment, the animatronic booger came out and attacked Boo, I started to have a full-blown panic attack where I lost my hearing.
Oh, no.
And just, I lost all hearing and was just like, okay, I can do this. I was talking to myself and talking to, the people. It was so strange. I felt, out of body. And then a zombie Abraham Lincoln appeared,
Oh, I remember this story.
5 feet away from me, and I dropped like a stone. The attendant had to escort us out.
Aww.
Yep, I proceeded to cry and be very upset that I did not make it. And then I threw up and proceeded to continue to be in panic for 30 minutes.
Oh.
Okay, I put a little bit of white on this, and now I'd say he's done. Maybe it's a little over-rendered, I don't know, but, yeah,
No,
it's
he's
me messing
beautiful.
around with beam paints.
Yep.
This is a fun set.
Puppy Vexo says, I love the orange cat character. Sorry, I don't know the name. That one is Zib, aka Trash Man, aka Dorito Man, aka Triangle Guy,
aka Free Bingo Square.
Bingo Square, yeah.
It's like Dorito Man.
Yeah.
AKA I can take your significant other, regardless
Spicy
of gender.
Nacho Dorito.
He doesn't even know what a Dorito is, but he is one.
Oh, I just noticed the golden ashes that are going down. It looks so cool.
Thank you. All right, I think with that, are we about ready to wrap, guys? It's like 5 hours and 30 minutes. I'd say that's a pretty long stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. All right,
Good
guys.
stream, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us.
And if you want to contribute to the project or see some behind-the-scenes stuff while we work on the animated project, and Tracy works on comic and artwork in general, you can donate to patreon.com/Lackadaisy. You can catch our blog updates about everything on littledaisycafe.com. Subscribe to this channel for when the short comes out or any announcements to that effect. We also post art in the community post sometimes. You can also follow me and Tracy at the moment, until it burns to a pile of ashes, at Lackadaisy Cats on Twitter and Fable Paint also on Twitter. And I am on Tumblr by the same name. And I also have a .com. What about you, Tracy?
Lackadaisy.com. You can find all my social media links there. So.
And then she's on Tumblr as well. So anyway, best of luck, everyone.
Yep. Maybe also plug the Discord.
May anarchy reign.
Yeah, let's all enjoy the conflagration over.
And remember, it's always okay to bully billionaires. They definitely deserve it. Yeah.
It's always morally correct.
Yes.
All right.
Bye.
If any of you want to hang out with
everyone.
us on the Discord, here's the link.
Yes.
Yeah.
Discord.gg/Lackadaisy. Thank you.
It's
you
a lovely community. You can.
Oh yeah. They're pretty chill. They share
your
art,
food
recipes, cool history stuff.
Weird ships.
weird ships. You want to debate ships some more? Go ahead. I can't say I didn't warn you.
Yeah.
All right, folks.